What's up, good people? What's up with this Friday night for another episode of Scream Talk? Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Hope everybody's ready for the weekend. I know Friday night we just got to set the weekend off right. And what better way to do it than talking about some of our favorite horror movies, especially Scream, and hanging out with the fam. That's all we got to do, just to have a good time, you know. Last night was a good time. We had a good turnout. Doing a little, random live stream that was really good. Might have some guests come on later on, but we do have a guest right now knocking at the door. He has been on the channel before. He's a good friend of mine, good friend of the channel, really active in the chats a lot. You know him as Dominic St. Clair, and he has amazing channel. You got to check him out. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing tonight, brother?
I'm good. Yeah, just chilling, having a good time. Watched the movie. Happy birthday to me. Definitely recommend it if you love slashers, especially Canadian slashers. So yeah. I'm doing good. How about you, Dustin?
Doing pretty good. It's been a busy week for me. I talked about it last night. I went and saw Cocaine Bear late last night. Did a right out of the theater reaction, and talked about it a little bit last night. And today was pretty long. Got a big day tomorrow, so yeah. I'm just glad to be here right now. I'm kind of glad to just kind of chill, hang out with y'all. That happy birthday to me, that was big in the chat last night. Everybody was talking about it. I gotta check it out. How'd you watch it? Is it on Blu-ray, or can I just is it on a streaming service?
I watched it on Tubi. It's like a free site that you can watch on. Mm-hmm. It's advertisement, so like you can watch it, like you don't have to buy it. You can just watch it, but like you have to sit through the ads in order to watch the full movie. So,
okay.
But it's good, especially on Tubi, because you don't have to pay anything.
Yeah. Is there a way to watch it, like to upgrade it or anything, so you don't have any advertisements?
Yeah, you can upgrade. There is a plan that you can do on Tubi, so you don't see ads, and on top of that, you can resume wherever you want in your movie, because if you don't have the plan, you get ads, and you can't resume the movie. So, like, for example, if you stop the movie like midway through, and you pause it, and then you leave Tubi, and then come back later, and you are there, and you can unpause it and resume. You know what I'm saying? You can pause and resume. You have the plan, but if you don't have the plan, then when you come back, it restarts.
Okay.
The movie restarts, and you can't resume unless, like, you have to manually like skip through all the scenes that you watched to get to the point where you last left off.
Oh, okay. I have to download it. I mean, I've always seen that, but I've never really like utilized it or watched anything on it or anything.
Yeah.
Didn't Megan Unrated hit Peacock today?
Yeah, the one that's what people were saying, right? Like, it's supposed to come today. So.
Yeah, I was seeing it advertised this morning, like it's now playing and everything. So I don't know what's all different. Like, it's supposed to have like more blood and more gore, like the rated R version of Megan. So I have Peacock, so I was figured I'd watch it maybe sometime this weekend and maybe talk about it here on the channel. So if anybody's seen it, let me know. Is it worth it? Is there a lot, different with it, or is it just very, basic? Is it worth sitting through again? Which it's a fun movie. I've watched it a couple times now, so I don't really mind.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like it seemed like an R-rated film, right? Like from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
But then they trimmed it and made it a PG-13 because they wanted to appeal to a wider audience. So it sucks, but like I still enjoyed the movie. I just wish that we saw the kills on screen and see the practical and all that.
Yeah. See, that would be cool. That'd be cool. I'm gonna get to the chat in a minute, but since we got some viewers coming in, trying to let some people trickle in here. my my brother Brock, he always gives me shit for saying trinkle one night. I'm gonna have to put that on some merch or something, or get a shirt for myself. But yeah, it's something that I won't ever live down. But since I do have some people in here, I just want to throw this out. I did it last night. I'm gonna put out a reminder every day on my community post. But next Saturday, not tomorrow, but next Saturday. Oh, we lose you, Dom?
I mean,
Oh, okay, cool. I thought we lost you for a second because you froze up a second ago, and then never mind. Next Saturday, March 4th, I am going to do a 10-hour live stream watch party. Have our very own Screamathon live stream. Yes, 10 hours long. It's crazy. It's nuts. I know. Last year, leading up to Scream 5, I watched each and every one of them on a live stream. This year, I'm going to do them all together. It's 10 hours. It's going to start March 4th, Saturday, March 4th, 12 p.m. at noon, Central Standard Time, all the way to 10 p.m. that night. And it might last a little bit longer. I'm just giving leeway with 2 hours for each film. So, us talking and chatting about it after each movie or whatever. But 12 p.m. sharp at noon, I'm going to hit play on our first film, Scream, 1996. So, and I'm inviting a bunch of you. You know who you are if I send you an invite. If you would like to be a part of the stream, send me a message. I would like everybody that's been a part of this channel and has been a part of helping this channel grow and really just been a good friend to me. I've met a lot of good people through this past year, and I don't take that for granted whatsoever. And so I want to. Hey, am I still here? Because my screen just blacked out.
yeah.
Did it go out for a second? Because my stuff just flickered.
I can hear you.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, so I'm gonna invite y'all onto the channel if you want to come on, or if you just want to be active in the chat. Either one, that's cool. People will pop in and out. I can have up at least to 10 people on the stream, so we'll just see how it goes. Doesn't mean you got to stay the entire time unless you really want to, but if you want to jump in at whichever one is your favorite entry and you want to really discuss that and just hang out for a little bit, you are more than welcome. So yeah, March 4th, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time to 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's going to be a fun time. Next Saturday is going to be a fun time. We were actually going to do it tomorrow, but I was like, that's a little bit too soon. Let me just put it out another week leading up to our, the anticipation to Scream 6. So yeah, I think March 4th is a good time to do it. So Dom, you already know you're invited. The ones in the chat, I've already reached out to some of y'all. You know it. So yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. Really am. And we already got a super chat in the house. Wow. Okay. All right. I haven't even touched the chat yet. We already got a super chat in the house. And it is from, wow, speak of the devil. Our very own, my brother from another mother, Brock Willis, Stu Rowe, Big Pimpin', hashtag for death, hashtag treat. I told you, he does not let me live that down. Hashtag Skittles. Hell yeah. What's up, Brock? What's up, buddy? I'm glad you're here, dude. I hope you heard that whole entire announcement for March 4th. Putting on the glasses, trying to get really into character for tonight. You said it, Stu Rowe, Big Pimpin'. It's going to be a Scream, baby. Hell yeah. Brock, you know you're invited too, buddy. So yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. I cannot believe that I'm going to actually do this 10 hours straight, just streaming all the Scream. Has it been done before on YouTube?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
I know, some go 4 hours or so. Other than that, I haven't seen a 10-hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be exhausting, but you know what? It's gonna be hella fun. Brock,
Yeah.
thank you for the $2 super chat, buddy. So glad you're here. You always liven up the chat. Everybody always talks about you whenever you're missing. So yeah, show some love to my brother. Let's see, what kind of video you think Brock would like? Some of these videos I can't play on the live stream anymore because it demonetized my channel. So yeah. But I've kept the ones that are still good, and I'm gonna add some more later. But let's see here. Let's see what would trying to see what's up.
I was gonna say like the
Okay, the one, okay. Yeah, let's do a little bit of. It gets a little strange in here in the wilderness. Wow, I love that movie. Just one more time for our buddy Brock. That needs to be like a meme or something, you know?
Yeah, I never seen that clip. Like I didn't know about that until like you brought it up. I was like, that's so, like I understand how it's not become a meme yet.
Yeah. It was before memes were a meme.
Yeah.
Have you never seen Strange Wilderness?
No, I haven't. So maybe that's why I haven't recognized it. So that's what.
Yeah, it's one of those Happy Madison movies. So you know what you're getting in for. Like if you like Grandma's Boy or anything, like, you know, it's like the crew of Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler's not in the movie, but it's like the original crew that's always hanging out with them, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks again, Brock, for the $2 super chat. Really, really appreciate you. And he did it again. Wow. And this thing jumped on me too. Like as soon as I clicked off of it, it went like straight down and straight to him again. Like that's just how it rolls. Brock with another $2 super chat. Buddy, bro, how? Des, favorite quote from entire Scream franchise. Oh man, that's tough. I don't know if I've ever thought about this before. My favorite quote. You got one, Dominic?
Yeah.
I think for a second because I have so many.
Yeah. I'm thinking the line with what you call it? Randy's insult. In Scream 2, when he's talking to Ghostface on the phone.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
He's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, that's a really good one. You know, honestly, I have so many ones. One that I've always repeated, and it's not the funniest. It's not even funny, really, but it's crazy, and I love it. And you know, when I think of Scream, I think of this line, and it has to be from the first film when Billy said, "Now, Sid, don't you blame the movies. Movies don't create psychos. Movies make psychos more creative." Like, that just like summed up everything about Billy and Stu right there, you know, like how they tick, how they're thinking, you know. I love it so much.
Yeah, I like that element of Scream where it's like, is the movies to blame, or is it really the killers are to blame? You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to their motive or like their reasoning behind killing people and wearing the costume and saying all these different questions for movie trivia and stuff. So like that was in Scream 1 with Billy's line. In Scream 2, Mickey wanted to get caught so he can go to trial and like say blaming on the movies. So it's
Mhm.
always been tapped on throughout the Scream franchise, and I always found that interesting because bigger politicians like to blame video game violence, movie violence, and all that. So I always found that interesting.
Yeah, and it's all got debunked. It does show that people that are, like criminal activity and they think a certain way, they do love this type of content, but it doesn't mean that this type of content creates that. Yeah, we might mimic some lines or music or sing something, whatever, but to actually go out and act upon that and do that, there was something wrong here before they took that action, before they watched that movie. No, that's the way I look at it a little bit. I don't know. Brock, thank you for that $2 super chat, and that's a great question. It's very hard to answer that, but that's the quote I have to say. I think it's super awesome. I've always loved that quote ever since that movie came out, and I've said it several times. Another quote, I'll give you one more. When Ghostface says, "Have you ever felt a knife cut through human flesh and scrape the bone beneath?" I thought, I was like, dang, that's bone chilling. That's pretty crazy. I like it. And that was in 2, right?
I think either 2 or 4, 5. Not too sure.
I think it was 2. I think it was like right whenever Randy answered the phone. I think that's when he said that.
Yeah.
And I just really liked it, And my other lines would probably be from Dewey or Randy,
Yeah.
I wish we got more Dewey and Randy scenes, like in Scream 2 when they're eating ice cream.
Yeah, I love Randy, man. Like, he was in Scream 3, but on video, before he died, he made a video and stuff. But
Yeah.
it still counted as him being the character in being in Scream 3 as a character. And every time he's on screen in those movies, it's just golden. Like, he's just such a great character. And in Scream 3, when they show the videotape, you miss Randy.
Mhm.
And the characters miss Randy because of who he was.
Right.
Everyone is connected to him.
Yeah, it's like us movie nerds. It was like a part of us. Like, we died when he died or something, We wanted the geek to get the girl. But yeah, thank you for that $2 super chat, Brock. And I think I see another one that just came in. Jeez, buddy. He's got to do this. $2 super chat from my buddy Brock Willis. Des, favorite quote from, or no, Des, insult me with your favorite your mama joke. Wow. I don't want to get canceled tonight. Oh, I don't know where. I'm trying to think. I haven't done a yo mama joke in a while. Let me see. And I'm not fat shaming if I do a yo mama joke, okay? Because I really don't have a whole lot of yo mama jokes, but yo mama's so big, she played pool with the planets. I don't know. Yo mama's so big, after sex, I rolled over twice and I was still on the bitch. No, okay, that's it. That's yo mama's so big. she good for warmth in the winter and shade in the summer. I don't know. All right, that's enough, and I'm not fat shaming, I promise you, okay? Because I'm not the skinniest person. All right. So and I love your mama. I love my mama. I love all mamas. So yeah, there you go, Brock. Making me do that. Don't cancel me. Let's see here. What do you think Brock wants this time? We do a little bit this is how Brock is making me feel right now.
Got it. Okay.
And this is the upper...
Enough! Do you want my head to explode? In the name of all that is good and decent, no more for today!
I love that movie. Have you seen that? Almost Heroes?
No, I only seen the Chris Farley movies I've seen is I think Black Sheep.
Good one.
What was that the movie with that he was in with David
Spade?
David Spade? Yeah, he was in another movie.
Tommy Boy?
Tommy Boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
I gotta get some Tommy Boy clips on here.
Yeah. Those are the only two I watched so far. But I did watch a skit from SNL he was in with Steven Seagal, and it was it was like one of the most like talked about SNL like episodes where like people say like Steven Seagal was the worst host of SNL, and you can tell throughout the skits and stuff he's trying to
Really?
yeah, that's what they're saying because like he was being serious throughout the whole episode, throughout all the skits, because he's such a quote unquote serious actor. You know?
Is he though? I mean, like, yeah, he's got some cool action movies, but I've never thought he was a good actor.
Yeah, is
Brock, thank you for that $2 super chat, buddy. Really appreciate you. God, he is making my head explode right now. As soon as I click off of one, it pops up. There might be a little bit of delay here. And I'm going to get to the chat, folks. I promise you, I will. You know, super chats do go to the front of the line. It's just the way it goes. But we got another $5 super chat right now from Brock Willis. Mr. Trinkles, what was the temperature in the garage when Tatum went to get beer? Wow. -2. I'm gonna say -2 for a reason. That's what I think. That's such a good kill too. You know, that was such a it was so great. Like when I saw that for the first time, I was like, oh damn. You know, like it was so good. And even though you're like in this close quarters, and it's not like a chase scene. It is a little bit of a chase scene, but it's just in a garage, you know? But the way it was filmed, the way Wes Craven, you know, structured it, it just looks so good. And it like, it just flowed so well, you know? And it was like a really creative kill. It was just like, wow, you did so much with so little. I've always enjoyed that entire scene.
Yeah, that scene is just amazing. I think it's one like I like to see more environmental kills like that in Scream 6. You know, because I mean throughout the franchise we had some sort of like environmental kill, like that one in Scream 1, and then Scream 2 with the cop, gets a pipe through his head. And then I think Scream 3. I have to think about Scream 3, but you know what I'm saying. Like there has been moments where we had kills like that. Well, I like to see more kills like in Scream 6 that have more environmental instead of stabby stab.
Yeah. I mean, I still want my stabs. Like as long as they're creative and we see some like viciousness behind it. Like I thought it was cool in 5, like seeing Ghostface like shanking, like a bunch of times. That was cool. And then like the stab in the neck, just like even how simple it was just like, dang, I felt that,
Yeah.
It just kind of like looked really good on film.
Yeah.
But environmental kills is definitely they got to come back. They got to up the ante a little bit. Like I've mentioned it before, but like I always go back to that one kill from Urban Legends Final Cut, where the girl in the bathtub and she loses that kidney, and she's like crawling out of that window, and the killer's like grabbing her by the legs, and she breaks that window, and it just becomes glass, and he pulls her, and her head's like right there in the windowsill, and he just like slams it down on her head. Stuff like that is really cool, you know. Like it's almost going into Jason territory, but it's almost still believable. It's not goofy, you know. It's still like, wow, that could actually happen.
Yeah. That kill it was brutal too, because he was pulling her legs, then he pulled on like her wound where like he cut an incision. He grabbed like he grabbed the wound where he incisioned the cut to take out the kidney and pull, and that was just brutal within itself. And then he decapitates her with the glass. It's crazy.
Yeah. And the movie ain't that. That's another movie I want to revisit and give it another shot, because I didn't like it as much as the first film, but it is a movie that maybe I would grow to appreciate a little bit more this day and age, you know. I think that'd be super awesome. I hope it still is good. I remember it being a little bit too comedic, and they did some stuff like, I don't know, I didn't really like mesh well with the characters. Didn't really care for the characters that much. I remember that, even though there was good actors in it. That was like one of those movies like, oh, you got some really good talent here, you just didn't utilize it. They were kind of like throwaway characters. We're gonna give Brock another video, and we're gonna give him a little bit of how about that? Can we do? I cannot remember if this will demonetize my channel or not. I'm not sure, but we're gonna go with it because I'm just feeling it right now.
It's my pleasure. But what a nice young man to offer. Let me give you a little pinch there. Come on.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh. You know, a lot of people are kind of intimidated about making a turkey, but really it's very simple. You just have to know the anatomy of a turkey, and it's got over here just the tiniest little stink hole, but it's big enough to get your hand right up inside it. Stuff the shit out of it. I cook it with all the giblets, the penises and the ginies. And now a lot of people like to baste their turkeys, but I use this. I lick like that and get into the little hiney hole. That's nice and good. I don't know what the hell that is, but I lick it anyway. Up and down. And then I like to stick that right on there. And I got one of these. Gonna pull that off and bam! That just kicks it up a little bit. All right, I think that's almost ready now. And then we bring it to the table.
That's so crazy. I know it was a little lengthy, but you know what? Brock deserved it. For sure. I will never forget that scene. It's just one of those scenes I'm just like, Hiawatha. It's funny.
It was like, what do you say? Like, I don't know what this is, but I look at it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is, but I lick it anyway. Have you seen Scary Movie 2?
Oh hell yeah!
Okay.
Yeah. I remember like there's so many quotable like lines and like funny shit like in there. Like the Hannibal Lecter parody.
Yeah.
It was like it is, and then like Beetlejuice is in his head, and he's like what do you say? Oh, Beetlejuice up in here or something like that.
Oh yeah. I would like to see it come back, but I want the Wayans brothers to like have control over the next entry. You know.
Yeah.
The first two were just so great. We got another $2 super chat from Brock. Yo mama is so fat she uses a VCR as a beeper. Damn. All right, that's a good one, man. You got me. Shit. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Dang, we got another super chat coming in. Let's see here. All right, we're gonna do one more video. I bebop your ass.
I'll be back to your ass.
Mike Epps, man, he's hilarious. He's one of my favorite comedians.
I love the scene with Kat and what's his name, Terry Crews, in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, see, I had to take that off because that would demonetize my channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I loved playing that here on the channel, and I still actually have it on here, but I can't play it. I get copyright strikes.
Yeah.
It's a hit or miss. It really is. It's a hit or miss for sure. Brock got another $5 super chat. Des, finish the rap and make it rhyme. Cotton candy sweet as gold. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. I remember that song. I used to like ride my skates at the skating rink, like singing that and thinking I was cool, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna add like cotton candy sweet as gold. Look at that big ass mo. Because I freaking like when we watched that little scene from Scary Dude is like, take this thing, bam. You know.
I guess I'm cheating saying the actual line, so we can come up with some other creative things, I guess. Cotton candy sweet as gold. Order my pizza from Domino's. I don't know, man. Hey, your turn.
Oh shit! Cotton candy sweet as gold. I will not. Hold on. I'm trying to. I know what I have to say. Cotton candy sweet as gold. I will never ever fold. How about that?
All right. Cotton candy sweet as gold. What's that fungus on my toes? I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of something funny.
I gotta do the leprechaun voice because it's gold.
Oh, go ahead. It's your turn.
Oh shit! Cotton candy sweet as gold.
Come on, man.
Cotton candy sweet as gold. It's the only one that I've been told.
Let's see. I guess I gotta do the leprechaun voice. Is it my turn?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it's only us two. Who else's turn is it, Destin? Hold on, can I do a leprechaun voice? I don't know if I ever done one. Cotton candy sweet as gold. At Texas Roadhouse, I love their rolls. I don't know, man. Like, all right, that's all I got. That's all I got, Brock.
That's all I got, dude.
I'm a leprechaun.
Leprechaun.
Yeah. So yeah, Cotton Candy Sweet. Man, I remember like that was the song whenever I was younger, like going to the skating rinks and thinking that I was like this little fly guy, like thinking I had moves in my skates, Skating rinks were like the club for kids.
Yeah.
And I had. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's skating, bro. It's like one of those like things you do to like it's the most fun thing to do on the weekends or something. Mm-hmm. It's one of the best.
I don't know. I haven't skated in years. I don't even know if I know how. But I did used to have moves like this. like I don't know. I was probably that geeky, you know. I was like a McFly. You know, some people. What's crazy is that like some videos will demonetize you, and some people have warned me about that's why they blank out that song when they show Crispin Glover dancing like that in Friday the 13th. That it'll demonetize you. It's never demonetized my channel. Never. Even with that song, I leave the original song, the original clip, doesn't demonetize me. So it's really weird how the YouTube algorithm is, you know?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, YouTube has been weird to all content creators because, you know, they'll say copyright here on your video, but then they won't copyright this other video that should be copyrighted. You know, it's a weird, like, thing that YouTube does that just, it's unorganized, you know, and, like, they don't really bother trying to fix it. They just, like, whatever, like, if it gets copyrighted. You know,
Yeah.
if it doesn't, you know, it doesn't. So, yeah, that's YouTube.
Yeah, that's YouTube for you, like for real. Because like even like some of that, some of those clips that I used to use, like the one with Cat Williams and Terry Crews in the bathroom, it didn't used to copyright me. Like I didn't get a copyright strike, but then all of a sudden I started getting it on every video, and it wouldn't show up until like 3, 4, 5 days later, and I'm like, hold on now, like y'all have let this fly before, but now, you know, so like I just don't want to take the chance, you know. So
Yeah, I understand that.
yeah. Let's see here. All right, I hope we answered that, Brock. Thank you for that $5 super chat. And man, he just keeps it coming. Jeez. Man, that's my boy. That's my boy right there. He seriously is like, he's somebody I keep in touch with every other day, every week. He's I've never had a brother, but I would imagine it'd be him. I always grew up with sisters. You know, they picked on me. I was the young. I had 2 older sisters. But no, they were great too. So, but Brock says with a $5 super chat, do I need to have you as a joint member to my savings account to get a Mom Spaghetti one-time exclusive performance? Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, you can put me on your savings account, by the way. No, don't do that, brother. But let me see. You know, he called me Skittles earlier or whatever, and that's like an inside thing. Like whenever I was younger and when I was in college and everything, like Eminem was like a big thing. You know, still is. I still think Eminem's like one of the greatest rappers of all time. But I was a big Eminem fan. Like seriously. 8 Mile came out, just like it was crazy. I was a young dad, so I like understood, you know, some of the stuff he was saying. And still to this day, I still listen to Eminem, you know, when I'm working out or whatever, you know, driving my car just around town. It's just, I'm just a big Eminem fan. But there was a time that I would like do like karaoke and stuff like that at certain bars. I've been to like really country bars before, and done like Eminem, you know, Superman or something. Me and a buddy of mine, and like everybody's just looking at me like crazy, but I'm like, I like killed it, you know. It was awesome, but they didn't really like it. But it's all good. It's all good.
Eminem.
What about
like,
you?
Yeah, Eminem. Like, I think he's a good rapper. I only listen to his older albums and his older like songs.
Yeah.
Not the his newest ones. My favorite has to be Scary Movie, because it was at the end of the original Scary Movie, where
What's it?
yeah, it was like at the end of Scary Movie, the credits roll, and it's like the song comes on. Yeah, and
It's
that's
been
where I
so
learned.
long. You know what?
Yeah.
That's going to be our next. We're going to do another marathon on this channel. We're going to do the scary movie-thon and watch all the scary movies. 'Cause I don't even think I've seen like the last one or two, maybe. I might have missed one or two.
Yeah, I think they're all funny. You know, I prefer 1 and 2. You know, 'cause
Yeah,
1 and
absolutely.
yeah, 1 and 2. The thing about 1 and 2 is like it's the weigh-ins, where 3 and 4 is the dude did airplane movies and Naked Gun, Zucker or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can tell the difference between the two like types of comedies they're doing. Like Zucker's known for all the slapstick, and the Wayans are known for all like the jokes and the funny like interactions and just just jokes. And they did slapstick too, but they did mix slapstick with jokes and all that good stuff. And I think Zucker's just like doing what he always does, like when he did Naked Gun movies and all that.
Yeah. The Scary Movie 3 has its moments for sure. I did like some of it, you know. I feel like it could have benefited with the Wayans brothers comedy. Have you ever seen any like of their other movies? Like what is that? Drinking Your Juice in the Hood or whatever. South Central. Don't Be a Menace. South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah, I love that movie, especially like when they're in the store and like yeah, and then you
hurry up
guys
and
like,
buy.
hurry up and buy. And like, I feel sorry for your mother. And then he says, "What you say about my mama?
Yeah.
I don't want to eat turtle. Let's go."
Yeah.
And then
There's
like, yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like the one where he's like, the car pulls up and he pulls out a rocket launcher. And it's like, what up now? It's like, we got a problem to pick. Do we have a problem? And then like he pulls out the USSR big ass fucking missile.
Yeah.
And he was like, do we have a problem? Huh? Dude,
and Brock, I'm gonna do a little rap. I'm gonna do a little rap here exclusively right here on Destination Station. Don't judge me. I have to keep getting that liquid courage. But I love that scene in Don't Be a Menace where the girl Shorty is with the girl, Marlon Wayans is with the girl in the back of the mail van, and she's like real like, you know, like nerdy and like, no, I've never done this before. And she's like, you know, I can get a little freaky. And he's like, yeah, you get freaky, girl. And she goes, okay. And she just goes into like The Exorcist. It says, all right, motherfucker, let's get it on. And he's like, ah! And he's like trying to crawl away. And she's like, you ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. And like, she's like has her tongue out. She's like,
yeah, like kiss or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that scene. And like the scene where they're at the barbecue, you know, when the dude's like, my milk of magnesia.
Oh yeah. Crazy Legs and everybody, yeah. All right. Let's see. What can I do? Thank you so much for this $5 super chat, Brock. You're super awesome, brother. Let's see here. Hey, here's a fun fact. Brock is so good to me. He's even like reached out to Muse Watson, the fisherman, the guy wearing the slicker from I Know What You Did Last Summer. Lives close by, and hopefully it'd be really cool to have him on the channel. You know, I've had other interviews of celebrities and in the horror community on my channel, and it'd be really cool. I think I'm gonna start trying to do some more of those. Y'all all know that I've been in like a coding boot camp for a while, so my time just freed up. So we're about to be just like running. I'm ready to do this every single day. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But first things first, I got to get into Skittles' character, I guess, for my buddy Brock. What am I gonna rap? I don't even know what I'm gonna rap. I don't even know how to rap anymore. I'm old. I'm rusty. I need some WD-40. Let's see. I'm like the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. All right. Let's see. All right. You're always in the rush to try to get the throne. I get on the mic and try to set the tone. I'm not using nobody as a stepping stone, but don't compare me. I'm better off just left alone. And I ain't even trying to go there with record sales. I'm trying to keep it humble and respect myself. And I ain't gotta carry guns, I ain't got to. I got undercover cops that can legally pop you. And I ain't ever seen a motherfucker cross the line, but this motherfucking punk must have lost his mind. He's a mess thinking that he's DMX. Better invest in a vest to protect his chest, but watch out for your head and neck. All right, there you go. Little Skittles action. Brock, super awesome. Thank you for the $5 super chat, brother. I hope that scratched your itch. Oh god. Please don't make me do that again tonight. Let's see here. What should we play? I love this movie too, dude. Let me know if you've seen this.
I called the desert, so we're combing it.
Found anything yet?
Nothing yet, sir.
How about you?
Not a thing, sir.
What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
I love that, man. They're like, comb the desert. All right, so they're like using big ass combs, like combing the desert. We ain't found shit.
I like how the cones switch too. Like once they get to the two like last dudes, and it's like an actual like pick comb and put in your afro or something like that. You take it out. That was funny. Yeah, that movie's so funny. Like I like that. Like the Schwartz, you got the power of the Schwartz.
Yeah, Spaceballs is such a classic, man. It's such a missed opportunity that they did not bring that back when the new Star Wars movies came out. Like now is like the perfect time to do that, especially with all the controversy around it. You know, you can make fun of so many things. You know, I don't know. Even if it was, I mean, yeah, I would love Mel Brooks's humor, but even if you brought somebody else in, you know. Say you brought in like the Wayans brothers humor to it and made it kind of raunchy a little bit, you know, a little bit R-rated. But Mel Brooks, man, dude's old. Very old, like raisin. Love that dude though. Love his movies. That was a reference to something. I don't know if you got that, but like, anyways, it was an inside joke. He has a movie. I think it's coming out on either Amazon Prime or Netflix. It's like a sequel to like History of the World or something like that. Have you seen that advertised?
No, I haven't seen anything that he's doing right now that he announced.
Yeah. I was like very surprised. I think like Mel Brooks. I could be wrong, but I think he's like in his 90s, like late 80s, early 90s, and he's still directing.
Yeah, he's definitely older.
Yeah, it's crazy. I love that guy, man. He's bringing us so much good stuff. I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out with this new one. Hopefully it still hits, you know. Not everything is going to be a hit, but I still respect it, and I'm sure there's some type of enjoyment in it. But wow. Oh man. I don't even know where to begin. Brock Willis, you're too good to me, buddy. $10 super chat. Des, if left up to you, what would be the best Ghostface's motive for Scream 6? Take Stu out of the equation. Who would you want Ghostface to be in Scream 6? Ooh. Very good question. Very good question. Dom, you want to answer this first while I give it a minute? Have you already thought of this?
Yeah, sure. I'll answer. I'm thinking like if it's not Stu, I think Mindy would be a a good like candidate for being a Ghostface because of her knowledge. It's not like her knowledge of like horror films, but also like the way like she carries herself. You know, in Scream 5, like there are parts where she's like being a little creep. You know, like when she goes down in the basement and like she just pops out of nowhere and scares the one of the killers in that movie. And then there's a part where she's near like an ambulance at like crime scene and she's like saying some like weird stuff. Like I don't know, something was off about her in Scream 5 to personally me. Um so maybe in Scream 6 she turns out to be a Ghostface. Yeah.
She definitely seems like a different Mindy from what the trailers have shown. She seems like she's got some PTSD going on. I think we might be saying goodbye to Mindy. That's just me. But okay. I've thought about this, and it's something that I have really like speculated. I've theorized on my channel for a while. And it almost like was too close after some of those trailers and Tara and her motive behind it would be, I might be reading too much into it, and it might still happen at some point. Who knows? But we all know with that one clip of Tara, and I'm going to bring it up right here while I tell this story. Let me find it real quick, because Tara is super awesome, but she's hanging on over the ledge. That doesn't look like somebody that is scared. That looks like somebody that is not in the right mind space for what is going on at that moment. Okay? And I say, starting from Scream 5, the way I look at it, Tara and what her motive would be is that Sam, originally Tara was not a Ghostface. She doesn't even really like horror movies, if you remember correctly. She liked elevated horror. And this is her. She becomes a mastermind. And Sam is the one struggling with not becoming a mastermind. And she is, if you remember correctly, in Scream 5, where Sam actually comes and sees her in the hospital, and Sam spills all that stuff on her about finding the diary, about splitting up the family, calling her mom out, and Tara's dad leaves. Sam's stepdad leaves. But what if he didn't leave? What if there's more to that story? Because I really don't think Richie was Sam's first kill. That was too intense. That was too much. That was like, what, 26 stabs, maybe? That was someone really getting off on this. And if her first... And then we also hear from Judy Hicks that Sam... I'm going somewhere right now. Just bear with me. We also heard Judy Hicks that Sam was a troublemaker. And Sam tells Tara, I left to protect you. And she said, protect me from what? And it never really was fully explained. It just kind of like was left up. And Tara was like, get the fuck out after that point. But somewhere between 5, after getting attacked, and then her, her friend, Amber, is a killer. And this all happens. Now she dug deep. She started investigating what is going on with my family. Why? And she discovers that Sam's not telling the truth. Sam has killed before. That's why Sam stays away, taking medicine, trying to just, kind of isolate herself a little bit until she met Richie. And maybe she killed Tara's dad. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he's not missing. Maybe he didn't leave the family. Maybe Sam and Tara's dad relationship became completely different after she found that diary and she busted him out. and maybe it was an accident. Maybe the death was an accident, but she did in fact kill. And I'm talking hypothetically here. You know, she kills Tara's dad. Tara finds out, and this sets off Tara for her motive to get back at Sam for ruining her life, for ruining her family. All this. If it isn't Stu returning in this one, maybe we find out in 7, Stu reached out to Tara. Says, you know what your sister did? Yeah, she's a Loomis. You can't trust them. I couldn't trust Billy. You know, they could go so many different ways in there. So yeah, if you're taking Stu out of the equation, I want to go the Tara route. And I want to go something similar to what I'm talking about right here. I've talked about this theory for a long time on my channel because it's going to be very interesting because like I think that, you know, you got both of the sisters. They look like they're together here, but maybe somewhere down the line, Ghostface turns on them, you know? And you got Ghostface approaching right here, scraping the knife. But then we also get Sam gets thrown off. So we really don't know how this is going to play out. Or is all this footage even going to be in the movie? So yeah, that's my answer, Brock. For a different motive besides Stu, I want to go down the Tara route. Because this actually does feel like a climax. This feels like a third act, does it not? Just from the trailer, I'm like, wow, this feels like this is where we've been leading. But if it goes somewhere beyond this, let's do the Tara thing and let's do the Stu thing next. That's how I feel. And another thing, and I'll say this, and I'm gonna make it real quick because we got somebody else knocking at the door. We got another guest in the house. We have never, in the Scream franchise, in this entire history of Scream, we've never experienced, we've never brought in anybody that is related to Gale Weathers. Is there anybody out there jealous of Gale Weathers the way Jill was with Nev Campbell, with Sydney?
You know, I that's interesting because we see family from Dewey, Brandy, Billy, Sydney, Stu, but Stu was mentioned the family. But with Gale, yeah, we don't really know too much about her family, you know, side because to me, in my, you know, take on it is that she just doesn't, maybe she doesn't have a family anymore, or she just
like have a family somewhere, somebody.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is like either she doesn't have a family or she does, and they're just way disconnected from her because she's pursued a career that, you know, they didn't like or something, and something that, you know, that she became more of an egotistical person, you know, and just, yeah, that's the way. I think it will go that way for sure. That they're separating themselves from her.
Yeah, maybe, dude. But I think it's something. I think it's motive. If you can bring all these motives to Sydney and her life and her stardom, Gale wrote the book. Gale started the Stabs love. Why haven't we integrated something of jealousy or revenge with Gale? And before we get on that, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop me for a minute because he's been waiting for a minute. Go ahead and knock at that door. I think he's knocking. Our very own brother from another mother, the Bearded Entertainment, is in the house. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? I've been listening backstage and like, oh, I got an answer for that. Oh, I got an answer for that too. Yeah, I was busy, but I got done and I'm like, oh, here's a link to jump on a live stream. I got nothing to do for the rest of the night. Let's do it.
Let's do it, buddy. All right, so you heard most of what we're talking about. We got it right here at the bottom of the screen. You got any intake on that?
Well, just really quick to piggyback on, I'm sorry, I don't actually know this gentleman.
Dominic?
I don't see a name down there. Dominic?
Dominic St. Clair. You've seen him probably in a lot of our streams and stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say the name sounds real familiar.
Yeah.
All right. I agree with what you said about Gail. My view has always been they depicted her not showing any family because she literally in part 2 or 3 when she's giving the lecture to the college student talks about having to like step on your friends to get higher, to go further in the industry. So I just assume they depict her as not having any family because she's chosen to ignore them to focus on herself.
But don't you think she pissed off some people, made some enemies along the way?
I do, and I do think coming into motive for Scream 6, here's the thing. If it was left up to me, it would be Stu. However, I don't want to be a downer, but I'm kind of more of the realist with Scream 6, I think, at this point. I don't think the motive is going to be anything crazy or out there or honestly even new. I think this is going to be like a rehash of the original Scream 2. And I think it's going to be motive for revenge in 2 scenarios. I think there's going to be motive for revenge on someone who's died, maybe even in Scream 5. And I think there's going to be a motive revenge against Gail because I said this before on a lot of, not a lot, but on a couple of streams. Technically, all of this at this point is happening because of Gail, because she wrote the Woodsboro murders, which she then sold the rights to make a movie. So, like, the Stab franchise is entirely on Gail's shoulders. So, anyone after part 3 who died could be traced back to Gail, and it wouldn't be crazy for for the family members of the victims to blame Gail. Because if she had never written Woodsboro murders or had the Stab movie made from it, they wouldn't have been dead. So I think we might see something in this movie that's different because I think there's going to be multiple motives.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's what I think will be different. I don't think it's going to be just, part 2, like, oh, you killed Billy, so revenge. I think it's going to be, you killed this person, or this person was killed because of you, revenge, and then this all started because of you, revenge. So I think there might be multiple, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy or out there.
You don't think it's going to be more connected to something from the big past?
It might be. Like, I know JT from the Horror Boys thinks it's going to be the Mocker family. And I honestly kind of don't want that to be the case because then it would be very, very closely rehashing part 2. Obviously, in part 2, we had Billy's, the original killer's relative coming back for revenge. If it's the Mockers in this one, then it's going to be the other original killer's relatives coming back for revenge. However, we do know that Stu's nephew died in part 5. So it could be related to that. Okay. But other than that, I don't know. Like, I don't see Judy Hicks's relatives coming back. I don't see.
Nah.
And I know your theory about Sam killing Kara's dad. There's just so much more to that I think doesn't work. Like, how could they have concealed a murder for 13 years?
His body's missing.
In that case, Tara would know.
Well, they know that he skipped town, but they don't know where he's at. Nobody knows where he's at.
Well,
that's the way I took it.
I would just, there would be other people because he would obviously have other family other than his wife and his children. So like his mom would look into it. Any relatives other than marital relatives would be looking for him. I don't see how they could get, and like I said, it could be, I have no clue. I just don't see him going down that route because that's so much more exposition that would have to be given into what actually happened, how they've dealt with it since then. Because if he goes missing and then all of a sudden one of the daughters just leaves and deserts the family, it's going to look a little suspicious from the cops' point of view. I don't know. I've never been on board with that theory. I can't disprove it, but yeah,
No. I mean, it might not happen. It's just I would like to go down more of a family route and go towards the terror route. Like, if we're not gonna do Stu, you know.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any chance Tara becomes a killer.
No,
everyone
like struggles with like Ghostface taunting her and being like, you know what Sam did to your family, Tara. You know how like Mickey did. You know how Mickey did Sydney and Scream 2 is like boyfriend killer, you know, all that kind of stuff, like toying with her to try to make her switch.
I don't see them doing that, because I don't think at this point, I don't think Tara blames Sam for breaking up the family. If Tara truly still blames Sam for breaking up the family, she would have never went with her at the end of part 5. Like,
but she doesn't know all the details.
Well, see, that's the thing. Those details don't exist except in your theory. So
that's true.
That's
a good point.
What we know of in the movie so far, like all that we have canon, is that Sam's mom cheated on her husband, had Billy. Then I guess it doesn't even technically mean she cheated, right? Like, did it specify she cheated, or did it say like maybe she got with Tara's dad right after Billy, and Tara's dad thinks it's Sam?
Yeah, they didn't speculate. It's just, you know, Sam is the older daughter. I would like them to dive deep into that too. You know, like the only thing we really know about Christina, their mom, is that she's a town drunk. But, you know, maybe she knows some stuff that she's just burying it with, you know, alcohol.
See, I don't know. Here's another thing. I know you and Marcus, we had this discussion once as well. I know y'all really want that. I honestly don't believe they're gonna do anything with her, because it would just be so similar to Wes's trilogy. You set up your new final girl whose mother has a dark past, and you start exploring the final girl gets attacked, but it's actually all related to the mother. Like that, it's just so closely mirroring Wes that I don't think they do that. They are mirroring in a lot of ways, but it would just be so deep to set up. I said it on the other stream as well. I don't believe they're going to investigate Christina Carpenter at all. I don't think she might not even show up on screen.
Man, that's like a missed opportunity if they don't, though. You know, like just kind of like just a little bit. You know, like there's more secrets. You know, like the way it was and yeah, it might be a little bit close, but like this is a different avenue from the original Scream. We know that Christina Carpenter and Billy, and whenever Maureen and all that, every movie we kept kind of like there's more secrets to be had. And then we find out about Roman in 3. And if they do this with like Christina, and it's like, yeah, what if Christina knew Billy was a psycho and killed Casey Becker or came after Sydney, but she just was silent about it this entire time, and that was weight on her throughout all these years.
See, that what you just said though is exactly what I was thinking. Like, it started with Sydney, and there was a little bit of Maureen, and then it slowly dived more into Maureen, more secrets, more backstory. If they do that with Christina Carpenter, it would feel even more like they're copying Wes versus trying to make their own thing. You don't think that? And as much as there could be some cool stuff, one, we don't know that there is more. They could do more, but if they start going that route, people are just gonna say that they're copying Wes, because I mean, even with 5, they already kind of said, "Oh, it was just a rehash of Scream 1." So I don't believe they'll go that route to avoid the similarities, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Dom?
Well, Bearded's he's right on, like, when it comes to what we know from the context of the canon films. Definitely, like, we know that Billy is Sam's father, and he slept with another woman. And is it confirmed that Tara's father is not Billy, right? In Scream 5,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. I think that that her father left town, left the family, abandoned him. That was it.
yeah. Okay,
Kind of
yeah.
like
So
how Billy's mom did the family.
yeah, because the way I see it, it's like what we know so far is that, but like you said, as well, like, um, she was about to tell her, like, why she needs her to be protected, but she didn't explain in full detail. So we might find that out in Scream 6, but she was hiding the truth from Tara. Like, what's the truth that she has
Yeah.
that Tara doesn't know? So yeah, I do. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. This is how I always like. Oh, I got another thing.
Go ahead.
We've talked about this before too, Destin. When she says like she left to protect her, I've always thought that she left to protect her from exactly what ended up happening to her. People were gonna find out she was Billy Loomis's kid, and something would happen in relation to that. And
You
that's
think it's
exactly
gonna build their? You think it's gonna build their bond, and Tara's gonna realize this was out of love, not out of anything else?
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna have. I think in the photo you had up, the one that initially sparked everyone's theories of Tara going bad. Yeah, that one. I think we're gonna have a cheesy Lifetime movie moment right there. Because we already do know that part of the relationship struggle between the sisters is going to be Sam being a little bit of a helicopter parent now that this has happened, and obviously Tara wanting more freedom, more space. I think we're gonna have a Lifetime movie moment there, where it's literally gonna be Tara saying, like, you got to let go, figuratively and literally, because, like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me, the build up and everything we're seeing for Tara to be a big bad. Like, I don't, and to be even more than that, to be a mastermind. Like, there hasn't been enough time since part 5 for this shrine to be, like, the shrine has existed before part 5 happened, and they've added things in there. Like, obviously they've added the robes, but there's no way because this is supposed to take place relatively soon after the events of part 5, right?
I think it, like, takes place like a year
after. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, in that case, there's a chance it could have been built in that amount of time, but the planning that would be required and everything with Sam, with Sam being a helicopter parent, I don't think there's any way Tara would would even have the opportunity to be a mastermind to all this. And like I said, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just going, I really think, as much as people don't want it, and I don't want it, but I really think we're gonna get like a rehash of part 2. And
That close.
I'm not mad at it either. Like, if I'm being honest, I wouldn't be mad if they go that route, but you can update it. Like, you can tell the same story. We've seen it multiple times where, two different sources will tell the same story and add different elements and, like, their particular flavor onto it, and it seemed like one would be better or worse, even though it's the same story.
Okay.
Like for instance, this isn't a horror movie, but there was a couple years ago. There was 2 movies that came out at like the exact same time. One was White House Down, and the other was Olympus Has Fallen.
Yes.
They're the exact same story,
Yeah.
but one was significantly better than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Olympus Has Fallen.
I think oh yeah, Olympus Has Fallen was so much better. There's a reason it got 2 sequels, and the Channing Tatum vehicle just kind of left. But,
Yeah.
and I think that's a perfect example. They could remake part 2 and it be amazing, even though it's essentially the same story. I don't have a problem with that because it's a different person telling.
Yeah.
Stephen Lynch, screenwriter, has one of the things he said. He was doing a speech to like new up and coming screenwriters. He's like, one of the things I hear often that deters people from writing is they're like, everything's been said before. And he's like, yes, but it hasn't been said by you.
Yes.
And I think that's the perfect example.
Yeah.
Exactly. So like, even if this is a rehash of part 2, it's an entirely different directing unit. It's entirely different writers. Like, it could be a fantastic movie, even though it's essentially the same story. So
Yes.
I have no problem with them rehashing Scream 2, as long as it's not like a beat for beat rehash and nothing extra added on. But we already have the extras. We know we're getting New York. The Shrine, even if it plays no other part than just a setting, is an amazing setting. Like, there's so much stuff to look at in there. There's so many great Easter eggs. Like, so there's already stuff added in that's gonna that make it a great movie, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
even if they just tell Scream 2 in a new way, I'd be okay with it. And honestly, I think that's probably what we're gonna get. We're gonna get a little bit of a rehash of Scream 2. If I was a betting man, I'd say it's a relative of a previous victim or previous Ghostface. Possibly both, because if it is the Mockers, then it's a relative of a previous Ghostface and a previous victim, because you got Vince and Stu.
Mhm.
And I think it's just going to be revenge for their death or something like that.
Okay. So you think it's just going to be something a little bit more simplistic, nothing complex?
Not really, man. If I'm being honest, when part 5.
Do you think it's going to be more on par, like as far as the motive? Do you think we're going to get something that's going to be a little bit lackluster, like the motive in Scream 5?
Here's the thing, I kind of liked the motive for Scream 5, if I'm being honest. Like, I love the play on toxic fandom because, man, if I'm being honest, the Scream fandom can be pretty damn toxic.
Yeah.
If you go to Reddit, they are, there's some just awful people that are part of the fandom. So I love the toxic fandom angle. And like when Richie was literally stabbing Sam, and he's like, how can it be toxic if it's about love? And literally stabbing her, like, I'm like, that is such a perfect like meta moment.
That is.
And the whole thing of like, oh well, we hate these movies so bad that we're literally gonna kill people so the movies can be better. Like, I thought that was awesome, because there's like people who do give death threats because they don't like the way movies look, and I'm like, this is great.
Here's one thing, and I've said this. Do you remember why Richie and Amber was doing this? Because all the other sequels of Stab sucked. They were trying to do. Mindy even said they're trying to create a requel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that they were successful in this? And now, a year later, after those events, there's a new Stab movie or something like that in the works that is based off of Amber and Richie.
It can't be. And here's the reason that it all the Stabs sucked after part 2. And this is a point I like to bring up when talking about the Shrine. It's brought up in part 4 that Sydney sued the studio after Stab 2, and they can no longer use her story. So if Sydney's involved, they can't use that to make a story. That's why
Well, they could just still write her out if they do make a requel of a stab. And they could use a situation just saying that, hey, we couldn't use, maybe that's a part. Like we have this new hero.
and
We have a new
possible.
final girl.
That's possible for stab 9, because the last one they were on were in part 5 they were up to stab 8. Is that right?
I think
Yeah,
so.
it was like Stu. He was in, or not Stu. Like Matthew Lillard was in the Ghostface costume with the flamethrower.
Mhm.
I think that was supposed to be stab 8. Yeah.
And then they went to space, I think, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I would like to see that version of stab.
but that was stab 8, and there's only been 5 Scream movies up to, and we obviously stab 1 was part 2, so it should be like a version behind, but yeah, so we know they can't use Sydney's story, and I mean they could try to write her out, but I think if the events still closely mirror her, she could still have a case against it.
Mhm.
And that's why, like I said, Ghostface went to space, and there was Return to Woodsboro in part 3, even though that never really happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think stab is going to play a part in this, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy like that. I think it. I said a while ago that I think Gail could be one of the main targets because, like I said, people blaming her for their loss because she started this franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think she's gonna sorry, Dom, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just want to touch back on like the motive. Like, I think it's such a brilliant motive that Richie Amber had, because it does play on the toxic fandom, conversation, and it's funny. The people who are like disliking the film because of the motive and all that, are like the same toxic fandom people that hated on it because of and they didn't like the motive because it was like, how is that even realistic? Like, how is it? And it's like, come on, guys! Like, this is meta. This is freaking this is Scream. We're trying to, motives. Anything can be a motive,
Right.
Like, there can be no motive. Like in the original, they mentioned like, yeah, like it's scary.
When there's no motive.
Yeah. So
You just did it to do it, to get famous, to be something, to feel something, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah.
And
okay.
You mentioned just really quick. You mentioned the fans like hating the motive and everything. Like the funniest part is they went so far at hating on it that they actually proved its point. Like they're like, oh, that's not realistic. I hate this. This is awful. And like they got to a point where they were being a toxic fandom because they were upset the movie was about a toxic fandom. Like it was meta in real life. It was so good. Like I love that motive. It was tied to stab, but it was a great motive. It didn't necessarily require a familial tie. Like the fact that Billy was Sam's father was obviously relevant to them. The thing about it is they could have done this to any other group of people and it probably would have still worked. Honestly, it probably would have worked better because then Sydney wouldn't have gotten involved. But I guarantee it could go off and just go on a 3 to 4 day killing spree in a Ghostface costume in a small town. It's gonna make news, and they could have just based a new stab on. So that's one of the things I appreciate about it. It would have worked outside of the story it was in. No other motive so far has been that way. It wouldn't have worked with anyone else. It could have worked somewhere, and it might have kind of works. That's we're getting theories about this wrongly accused because of the poster. There's theories that some people are actually gonna still blame Sam, that she was the real killer in part 5 and got away with it.
Yeah. Maybe people are sitting there thinking like, no, you're a Loomis, you know. And maybe people nowadays, like I could see even like podcasts or even like content creators like what we're doing here, and they're talking about, hey, you know, like there could be that voiceover at like the beginning being like, I don't know, I don't trust that Sam Loomis. She's a Loomis. Like, something tells me that she got away with it, you know. Go ahead.
I just wanted to. I don't know if I brought this up about the shrine. I brought it up with Craven over Craven Something Scary, in a like a personal chat. I don't think I've said it on a stream yet, but I had a theory that I don't think anyone would like about the shrine and it not being connected to the killings at all. Have I told you about that?
Nope.
The whole wrongly accused thing. If it does have a deeper meaning, I was thinking, what if the person who owns this shrine is just a fan? They have nothing to do with the killings, but everyone sees this shrine and immediately goes, they have to be the one who's doing it. So they start looking for the owner of the shrine, going the wrong way because the real killers don't really have anything to do with the shrine.
They broke in and just stole the masks.
Maybe, or maybe they just went and bought them because it's stabbed. They're everywhere. It'd be like a Halloween, you know, Michael Myers mask for us. We can order those on Amazon next day shipping. Like, they could have really easily done this and then followed the group to, or like whoever the group is, or whoever the ghost faces are, followed the group, or if they're part of the group, gone with them and then found the shrine and been like, hey, we got to go back here because this is the perfect place for our final act.
Yeah.
And what, like, I was thinking, wouldn't that be a real twist? Because immediately when everyone saw this shrine, we're like, oh, the killers are obsessed with stabbers. It's like, it was never really established that the killers own it. It's implied, but what if that's not true?
Yeah.
I was thinking that'd be an interesting twist if, like, the owner of the shrine was.
I just always thought that the shrine was a part of the play. Like, I just always, I was like, something like all this right here, just seeing the way it's playing out and everything, it's like, this feels like it's part, like, is it even real, you know, or is this all just for play, you know, or is this just all like a little museum type thing, but it's not like the exact stuff for what happened at the crime scenes, you know?
Well, some of it I think is real, but I think most of it is fake because there's some stuff there. Like, how would they even get? Like, the biggest example for me is, or two of them in part 3, the fax machine where Tom gets the fax.
Oh yeah.
And it, you know, the house explodes. The fax machine is apparently is in there. You're going to tell me that fax machine survived the explosion?
Yeah, exactly.
And then also the frying pan from part 3 when when Stone gets killed.
Yeah.
The frying pan is sitting there next to the fax machine in the shrine. You're going to tell me you know exactly which frying pan it was?
That's why I think they're all just like props. I think it might be all. It might just all be props.
Like Billy, I think Billy's is 100% real because it's in the case. Like, it is so it's completely different than the other ones. Like, it's in a case, covered. I think that one might be real, and there's some things that could be real.
Do you think we might see a return of the voice changer
from part 3?
That's a big part of the universe. Why would it not be there?
Yeah, I don't know. I loved it then. I love it now. I think they could do so much in terms of trauma, like exploring trauma.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to, and Polar suggested this, I know we've talked about it before, but if you were to be Ghostface and call Gale using Dewey's voice with that voice changer,
That you've said that before, dude, and that gives me chills, dude.
that would wreck Gale Weathers. Like
And that also gives like David Arquette to have like a little bit of a cameo, but it's
exactly.
Yeah,
So-
and just the thing about that, like, glad you brought that up because that's one of the most interesting parts of Scream 3 is the voice changer. Like, the killer's using each character's voices, so it's using the voices to trick them into going to places or like distract them or whatever. And I think in this, like, if they do that in this, I think, like you said, like, it could be like it uses to mess with Gale, not to lure in, not to do all that, just to mess with her, mentally. Much like, how the Predator did in Predator 1. Like, yeah, he got all the audio and stuff, but he didn't use it to lure people in. He used it to mess with people. So like when Mac died in Predator 1, the Predator played one of his lines in the movie to what's his name? Dylan, like anytime, that, like, I'm comparing that, both of those because it's using it as like a messing with people type of mechanism. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not raising my hand. I was just kind of doing this. Yeah, I fully agree, man. They could really do damage mentally, and that's one thing I appreciated about Mickey most of all. Mickey was so far the best at doing like mental manipulation and like just all mental warfare against Sydney, and I think they could do that with that voice changer. And we already know that it has Dewey's voice because Ghostface used Dewey's voice talking to Stone in part 3 while he was in his trailer. So yeah, Polar suggested that, like, having Gale get a call from Ghostface talking as Dewey. I'm like, oh, that would break everyone's heart. Like, everyone in the theater who was a big Scream fan and saw part 5 would just be shattered right there. Like, I
Yeah.
could literally hear the theater gasp collectively if that happened.
Yes. And honestly, that's the thing too, is like I think radio silence is gonna rip our hearts out. And I'm okay with that. I think that's like what makes Scream scream. It's like you kill people that we grew close to, and then you make it hurt just a little bit more. And as much as I hate it, it's like I'm addicted to it. And I love this franchise. Like, it's just like, yes, I do wish some lived more than others, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. Like when I remember being in the theater when Randy died, that was the moment I was like, they'll do anything. This is not the way I thought this was going to happen. Like, I didn't expect it at all. And I felt like Scream 4 kind of played it safe on that level. I was like, they got to kill off somebody. And I really thought they were going to do it to Gale, and they just didn't. But I think this time around, I'm trying to prepare myself. I'm really for Gale to go.
No.
You don't think she's gone? You think she's going to make it out?
I bet on it. I
How much
bet
you wanna
20
bet?
bucks right now. Gale lives.
$20?
I bet 20.
That's it. You think she's going to survive?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I've talked about it before. Those shots we get are completely out of order. Like, some of the shots you see of her running are after this moment. We know that by like just continuity with the rest of the room having the phone and the gun in her hands. Like, it is undeniable from other shots in the trailer that she gets away from that stab right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see them doing that in the trailer, like, because that's what trailers are for. They're not there to show like a bunch of clips, like, they're there to like trick the audience into thinking this is how the scene's gonna go, but really
Oh,
Uh-oh.
in the actual movie, it's actually uh, in order the way it was shot, for the actual film. Whereas the trailer's just like, here, let's put a bunch of clips together out of order so people they know what's going on. At the same time, they don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Just like, it's flip flop back and forth. I understand, but I don't understand,
yeah.
at the same time. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough to think about whether Gil or she's gonna die or not.
Okay. And I feel you. Okay. And I would say the same exact thing. I would say, no, she's going to make it out. Why would they put this in the trailer?
I know what you're gonna say.
I felt the exact same way when I saw in the
Right.
trailer Dewey fighting up against Ghostface. And I said, no, there's no way. But they always marketed it that way. In Scream 3, if you don't remember, the trailer showed that knife flipping towards Dewey's head. And then just to watch the movie, and it hits the back of the knife, like it was kind of
love
goofy.
that so much.
Yeah. So they always marketed that Dewey was going to bite the dust, but we always like, oh, he's going to get it this time. Well, this time Radio Silence said, no, that's it. We're getting mean. And I want to say the same thing about Gale in this moment. When seeing this marketed, I'm like, they're not going to show this in the trailer. They're not going to do this. But what if they do? Go ahead.
Here's
Bearded?
here's what I'll say about that. With Randy in part 2, I think there was a reason for him dying. And that reason was exactly what you said. You felt unsure about the characters after that. You had a main character die, and that made you worried for the other characters. And then what happened in 3? None of the main characters died.
Cotton died. We just grew with Cotton, and he died at the beginning.
Cotton was never a main character. He was a featured player at best. Like, yeah, we liked him, but like he
But
wasn't
he
a main
was like the
character.
hero in Scream 2. It's like we
wasn't.
didn't like him, then we're like, no, he's shifty, and then by the end we're like, wow, we really like this guy, and then boom, you just kill him off. And I think that wasn't the original idea. He wasn't supposed to be the opening kill. Like, he was supposed to be with the rest of the crew throughout the movie.
I don't know about that, but I'm referring to the 4 from the beginning, like the continuum.
Okay.
So obviously we had Dewey, Gale, Sydney, and Rand. And in part 2, they killed one, and that made you worried for the other 3.
Yeah.
But then in part 3, they didn't kill anyone. You knew there was danger because of part 2, but they didn't kill anyone. And then obviously from part 4, we didn't get any kills. You didn't feel any danger. Part 5, they killed someone. So now we do worry about Gale and Sydney. I think we're now
skip a
worried
few.
that they've accomplished what they set out to do with killing Dewey.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to kill Gale because we're on the edge of our seat. They don't need to kill Gale to show us that there are stakes. We know that there's stakes because of Dewey. And that would be, in my opinion, the only way Gale goes out other than showing that there are stakes, is if she dies in some sort of sacrificial way. Because that would be a complete arc for Gale. Because she started extremely selfish, doing whatever she could to climb the ladder, to be successful. And then she's slowly turning around to be a more selfless person. And part 5 ended with her kind of getting to what we thought was the peak of that, saying, I'm not going to write about these new murders. I'm going to write about a good person. Obviously, she meant Dewey.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that would go beyond that is if she died sacrificing herself to save someone else.
Okay.
If she did that, to me, that's a complete arc for Gale.
You know what I think? I think we're going to be unsure about Gale's character in this one. I think she's going to be struggling with fame or her morals. Because at the end of 5, we know that she's not going to write about this. But she's in New York. This is hot and heavy right now. That first image that was ever brought up, she's like following like Sam and Tara. I might have it, but it looks like Sam and Tara might be actually upset with her, because it might be like she's going back to her old Gale ways, or it might just seem like that to them.
Yeah, I know the image you're talking about, and yeah, that it was like a behind the scenes thing. I saw that, and I never got any context to it. The thing about her being in New York, though, is that's where she already was. That's where she was living, and it's the same job she already had. So I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a conflict of her character, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think she's probably going to be established as a good person throughout, and it could be a very, very, very small chance she turns out to be a bad person, or like a bad guy, a ghost face or mastermind.
Yeah, I don't think she'll like be a bad guy, but she'll be like, she has a choice. Do I go this route, or do I, stick to my morals and not promote any of this stuff, And maybe she makes the wrong choice, and we almost like, dang, Gale. And then she gets that call.
So the thing about Gale is we're never dealing with the consequences of her actions in the movie we're watching. It's always the consequences of what she's done previously. Like in part 1, she wrote wrongfully accused. That set up the whole Cotton thing.
Yeah.
Part 2, she had written Woodsboro murders, with inspired stab, and then part 3, obviously we know she starts working and trying to get stuff to make a new book. As soon as there are murders, what did Dewey say? Oh, Gale Weathers. As soon as there's a murder, she comes running. She was actually working with Kincaid, though, so she was actually required to be there. But she was like secretly taping. We're always kind of like catching up, or her bad judgment or bad morals is catching up with her. So if she is dealing with that in part 6, I think it would have been that she lied and did write about stuff in part 5.
Yeah. So you think we won't really see it is until 7, or maybe at the end of this one.
Yeah, maybe at the end we'll see it, but I think it's probably going to be actually. Man, I've said it for a while, and I'm going to stick to it at this point. I think Gale is going to be a big part of the motive, in that when they say finish this, I don't think they mean like only Sam and Tara. I think in order to finish this, you got to get rid of Gale, because she's the one who started Stab.
Yeah.
So I think
well,
one of the main targets.
Yeah, this has been this right here. This has been really great. I don't want to speculate anymore, because I want to be surprised at something. You know what I mean? And as far as Gale, okay, I'm gonna say this right now. I say Gale's gonna die. Y'all say Gale's gonna live. Dominic, either one of us, depending on the outcome, owe each other $20. Bearded, I get your Scream popcorn bucket, your plushie, and your cup.
I didn't agree to those terms,
because they're so hard to come by.
You can order them online now.
I know. I just did. I did earlier today, actually.
And you know what I love is it's not a limited amount that you can order.
I noticed that. Yeah, basically, that was crazy.
Like, however many orders come in until the 17th, that's how many they're going to make. You won't get them until August, but you'll get them.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brock, for this $10 super chat. This has been, we've been talking about this for a good minute. We just like kind of went down the rabbit hole, and that's what happens. But I'm gonna give them a little bit of a video, and then we're gonna move on, because I see some other super chats that popped in.
Why did you get to do that? Okay, Cooker, you need to... Is that a thong you're wearing?
What the fuck you say?
You have a thong on?
Yeah, I'm wearing a thong. I'll get to sleeping bag.
Did that catch y'all off guard?
I love how he's like, what the fuck did you say? Yeah, I'm wearing.
What the fuck did you just say? Yeah, I'm wearing a thong.
Oh my god. Oh, what movie is that?
Strange Wilderness. The guy next to him, that's Justin Long.
Okay. Like I knew, obviously Jonah Hill and then Steve Zahn, but I'm like, who is that? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's one of those Happy Madison movies, man. Like, it's hilarious. It's stupid as hell, but it's also the one that's got the shark thing that I always play on my channel. Just dumb fun. I like dumb fun movies. Brock, thank you so much for your $10 super chat, brother. We got another $10 super chat in the house. Brock Willis, man, Brock is killing it tonight. Brock is killing it, and I don't know if he wants me to sing this or just read it.
We all know the song. It's kind
I've
of.
never heard of it before in my life.
Don't you lie.
Okay, nowadays everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and YouTubers be acting like they forgot about this. Hashtag my homie. Hashtag digital bouncer Brock in the house. Man, he's always bringing it, man. He's been killing it tonight, man. Like that's my boy. He's a good dude, man. He's a good spirit, good soul, man. And another good soul, I want to say, we got like 17 people watching right now. If you're popping in and popping out or just checking it out here and there, be sure to smash that like button before you go. It helps out the algorithm. The algorithm is like an uphill battle on YouTube. And anybody that's a content creator knows what I'm talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah, I had like one. I got real lucky with it a couple weeks ago, and I had one do really well, and that's why I gained like 500 subscribers in like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I got 200,000 views or something on it. And I've had a bunch of shorts do pretty well also. So. Yeah. I don't know what I did, but it slowed down now. I'm like, okay, so this is the normal here. Like, I was averaging I was averaging like 20 to 30 new subs a day.
Yeah.
And then now it's averaged out to it's like between 5 and 10 a day, which is still good. My goal was to try to hit 1,000 by when Scream 6 came out.
Yeah.
Because I've already got the watch time out.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to hit the 1,000. So we'll see if I get there. I don't think I will at this point, but it'll be close.
No, man, you'll get it. If you are on this channel or whatever, and Dominic, I got you, dude. I got you. I'm just gonna say this real quick. Both of these guys are super awesome. Subscribe to the Bearded Entertainment and Dominic St. Clair Studios. Both of them have great content. Dominic is an inspiring film creator. Director. We're going to be working on some projects in the future. Bearded Entertainment, we've been friends for quite some time now. Went to Texas Frightmare together. Been on a lot of live streams together on Craven's channel and mine. And also, I want to take this time right now to show some love to our brother, Craven Something Scary. He is such a good dude. He's going through some stuff. Not going to go too much into it, but if you're close to him, you know what we're talking about. Just keep him in your thoughts and prayers. But yeah, no questions about it or anything like that. Just we got to look out for our family. All right. And Craven always said he's like the godfather of Woodsboro. All right. So, love that guy.
I can't believe he was on the stream the other night. I talked to him. Like he had messaged me and I talked to him and, I said, hope you're feeling better, send prayers and all that jazz. And then he's like, hey, yeah, we're about to do the stream. I'm like, bro, you're still going to do the stream? Like, you're still going to do streamathon? And yeah, that shows how much he loves his subscribers and his fans and stuff. Like, he didn't want to let them down.
This is his world, man. He's such a good soul.
He said when he got on and he got to talk to people, he immediately like brought a smile to his face, felt a little better. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
loved it.
Dominic, I saw your hand up earlier. Go ahead, dude. Sorry.
Oh, I just want to say for YouTube Shorts, like it's surprising, right? How well they're doing. YouTube Shorts, like you are getting like thousands of views, up to 1 million. Like it's just crazy, man. You can upload a video that's like 5-10 minutes and it'll only get 700.
Less than that.
Less than that,
5 or
yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah.
But if you upload a short, you're instantly getting those views. And I think like it's cool, because maybe it's less work. You can just take a clip from your stream, or maybe you take a clip from your video, and then you link the video you made into your short, and then they'll go back and watch the full video.
Yeah.
But I think it's cool because not only did you get a good amount of views on your short, now you got people going to check out your channel and check out your other content on there.
Yeah, my most successful short is like 11 seconds. I pulled it together on my phone. Like I didn't even use like a full video editor. I used like Adobe Express on my phone, and I just used the audio, like Gail's audio from the first trailer when she's talking about like you're like the 10th guy to try this, and it just photos like
the 10th.
Yeah, like that and that entire audio, and then it's Ghostface saying, there's never been one like me before. I'm something different. And in terms of visuals, it just cycles through the different Ghostfaces we've had, and ends with the like the shot of the new Ghostface standing on the other side of the room, like in the trailer behind her bookshelf. It just ends with that. It's so like something so simple, and I think it's got over like 20,000 views on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like shorts.
Yeah,
shorts are doing
shorts is the way.
monetized.
Like that's why I don't even like the movie review sector of YouTube is like so it's like a needle in a haystack right now. Like I'm late to the game on that. So like that's the way I do my reviews now, unless it's something like Scream or Halloween or something slasher related. I'll do like a full on review, discussion, all that kind of stuff. But if it's just like Cocaine Bear or the new movie that's coming out or something, I'm going to do a straight out of the theater reaction and do a short on TikTok and on YouTube. And it's like, it does far better than it ever would, So yeah, the algorithm is some baby back bullshit.
I pretty much do the same with my right out of the theater reactions. And I've been doing the Scream in 60 seconds or less series. I'm still working on the third one, where I make a short that's 60 seconds and I try to explain the entire movie in 60 seconds.
Wow.
And I got 1 and 2 done. I think one is it's around 15 to 16,000 views right now. Yeah. Part 2 is slowly catching up. But it all happened because I was looking at a summary. Like someone's like, "Oh, here's Scream in 19 minutes." I'm like, 19 minutes to describe the movie? I'm like, bro, I could do it. And I literally said this to myself. I'm like, I could do it in like 5 minutes. And then I was like, I wonder if I could do it
in a minute.
And I started going down, and I'm like, okay, I give myself 60 seconds. I write out, I watch it, and then I write out all the significant things that happen. Yeah. And then I'll literally time myself going as fast as I can through it. And then I start cutting out little bits that aren't necessarily important, but you could know the movie without seeing those.
Right.
And then I get it down to a minute, and once I get it down to like a minute, I rattle, and I don't do it. I could probably do it much easier by just like reading 1 or 2 lines, and then clipping it, and then read the next couple lines and just splicing the video together. But I do it in one take. Like I do it from beginning to end. If I mess up, I restart.
It
That's
also
cool.
That within itself, and also just like when you're doing like those types of videos, like you see, like you mentioned, 19 minutes explaining Scream, that's a lot of time to like explain a pretty simple movie like premise, and whereas like if you do it in 60 seconds or a minute, and what you were just explaining, describing is actually a good strategy to like take on for those short, YouTube shorts for 60 seconds or a minute, because right there, like, we all know what Scream is. We all know the whole, thing of the gimmick, or the whole like synopsis within, the movie itself. So it's not really that hard to explain it within that time frame. But there are people who explain it like in a longer frame, because they're going through each and different detail within the movie, so they can point things out, like, oh yeah, this and that, this and that, this and that. So that's why they're longer.
Yeah. And people's like attention span is like shorter, especially with TikTok out right now. So it's like get to the point, blank, done with it type of stuff. But like me, like with stuff, especially with stuff that I love, I like it to be a little bit, I want more of a conversation. I want a little bit more of a, I mean, I'll cater to that audience a little bit, but I honestly love more of a connection with everybody, like what we're doing here, a little bit more like let me dive a little bit deeper here and talk about and help you understand where I'm coming from, type of thing. TikTok has made it to where it's just very quick, to the point, and sometimes I feel like they're just not genuine. And that's the thing. It's like genuine is out the window nowadays with social media. And I want to kind of hold on to it for a little bit, I want to, especially with stuff that I love,
And my thought, what you said about attention span is 100% correct, because I know I'm guilty of it. I'd wager to say every one of us is guilty of it. When you go to search something on YouTube, either a tutorial or a review, you're going to see multiple pop up. And me personally, I look for the shortest one. I'm like,
me too.
I want to be able to make the point in a short amount of time. I don't want the extra fluff. And that's why I was like, I bet I could do this in a short amount of time. And people, if they search, hey, what's a recap of Scream 1? If they see a 19-minute option and a 5-minute option, they're probably going to go with the 5-minute option. And if they're still curious, they might go up to the 19 to get more information. But that's another reason I was like, I want to do it faster. And obviously, I'm going to be honest, the 60 seconds or less is a little bit of a gift. Like, yeah, you get everything you need, but you got to watch it. It's kind of a little bit of a, it's only 60 seconds, but like the average watch time is like 2.5 minutes, because it replays. Like if they don't, if you don't move, it replays. So I think people are watching it more like 2 or 3 times to actually catch everything. Because I'm talking so fast. Like I don't speed it up or anything, but I'm talking really fast. And I tried for part 2, actually, I figured out how to make subtitles, which I thought was excellent. If you use Adobe Premiere, it actually makes subtitles for you. Did you know that?
No, I use Adobe Rush, but I didn't know they put subtitles.
Yeah, Rush. Okay. I use Rush on my phone, but if you use Adobe Premiere, like the full size one, or the full Adobe Premiere Pro on your computer, it literally, like you upload a video, you can tell it to make subtitles, and it'll go through and make subtitles from your video for you automatically.
Wow. I like doing them custom, though. I like creating custom Actually, I enjoy making custom thumbnails. Like, I'll do that throughout the day, because it's almost like a reminder, like, I got to make that video. I got to make that topic.
I'm not talking about thumbnails. I'm talking subtitles.
Oh, subtitles. Okay, I got you.
For like people who, like, for hearing impaired, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, I didn't know they could make subtitles, because I was talking so fast, and like people might not be catching everything. So I figured out how to do it, and I put subtitles across so they could actually read along with it.
Yeah, that's cool. YouTube, you can do that too. You can just add that to your videos. I don't know if you can do it before you're monetized or not. It might be something that's set up through YouTube Studio. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember.
I've seen the option to upload a subtitle file.
No, Yeah,
Okay.
there's a way to just like make your entire video just subtitles.
Okay, yeah, I've never noticed it on YouTube, or I've never seen.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah,
let's get back to some stream talk. We're talking technical YouTube technicals.
yeah.
People are probably like, "What are these guys talking about?"
Yeah. Brock, dude, thank you so much. I hope I sung that correctly. You know what? Brock loves this, and I'm gonna give it to him. I don't even know if I'm not quite sure if this demonetizes the video or not, but you know what? Brock is giving it so much tonight. He deserves it, and I know he likes this clip. So I'm gonna do it. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Thanks a lot, dudes.
I hope you find your bike, man. Since when do we lock this fucking...
Damn, I didn't mean to click it twice. Dude, have y'all seen Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Like, I love that movie.
Long time ago.
Long time ago, yeah. It had to have been, like, call me Large Marge. Like, there's so many great
Do you prefer Dumb and Dumber or do you prefer Pee-wee's Adventures?
Oh, man.
Dumb and Dumber are easy for me.
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber, yeah. Dumb and Dumber is very special. There's certain movies out there that I would watch over and over. You know, it's such an easy watch. Dumb and Dumber is one of those movies that I could just watch over and over, and I just would never get bored with it. It's the pacing of it is perfect. Another one is The Mummy with Brendan Fraser. That movie is just the pacing. I'm not talking about the movie, every single aspect. I'm talking about the pacing. It's just an easy watch. Scream, 1996. So easy. Go ahead, man.
Just want to say, it's Fraser, not Frazier.
Did I say Fraser?
Yeah. He
Fraser.
he literally just did a video on it for something. It was like some promotional thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm here to talk about some words you might have been mispronouncing your whole life. Coming from the guy who's been mispronounced as Frazier his entire life. He's like, it's Fraser.
Okay. All right.
I
will try to correct myself in the future. Fraser.
Man, he's just so nice. I don't think he says anything most of the time. Because some people call him Brandon Frazier. And it's like, well, you're close. You're really close.
Dude, I actually, and this is, you know, if I'm really close to you, you know, I'm you know, I'll let you like close on social media and a part of my life a little bit. But recently I just went to a Pauly Shore stand-up comedy show around Valentine's Day.
I
Me
saw
and my
you
wife.
a photo with him.
Yeah, and he talked about Brendan Fraser. And you know, they worked together on Encino Man.
Okay, I was like, what movie did they do? For some reason, I wanted to say
they're good friends. They're good friends, and he talked about that new movie that Brendan Fraser came out with, The Whale. That he got a standing ovation with. He said, "Man, yeah. I've always been a big fan of both of these guys, and Pauly Shore is a special place in my heart too. But he did show some love to Brendan, and I really appreciated that. And Brendan deserves it. Brendan deserves this comeback. He's been through some tough stuff, you know.
I respect him so much. Like him choosing to sit out the Golden Globes, even though he was nominated, because like sticking to his guns. I don't know if you know the Golden Globe story, but
remind me. I might not.
He was sexually assaulted by like one of the Golden Globes people.
Yes.
And he reported it, so they like blacklisted him. So they're basically like, we're not going to work with you anymore. And then he got nominated, and he literally said in an interview, he's like, I'm not going. My mama didn't raise a hypocrite. Yeah. And it was said that he didn't get the Golden Globe because he didn't come. If he would have gone, he would have got it.
And what movie was it for?
The Whale.
I thought he got a standing ovation for The Whale.
He got a standing ovation at like Cannes. I think it might have been Cannes Film Festival when it came out.
Okay.
Like he's everywhere is given acclaim for The Whale. Like he's doing really well.
Yeah.
He's won a bunch of awards already for it. But
just come back and do another Mummy movie.
did you see the other day? I think it was like a week ago or something. There was a showing of The Mummy at some theater, and he decided to go and he dressed as the character.
Oh,
and
that's
like
cool.
he went up to the theater and like he walked to the front and like talked to the audience beforehand and introduced the movie and everything.
No, I didn't see that. That's cool.
That's
I love
cool.
that dude. Yeah, that's really cool.
Standing outside, you like outside of the theater in the, the whole get up, and you see it says The Mummy.
I'm going to get on to the next super chat real quick and back to the chat. I know we're really backed up with the chat. I have not really been able to really, like get to everybody. I try to give everybody their shine, but super chats do go to the front of the line. It's just the way the show goes, and then we go down rabbit holes, and then we're all discussing stuff that we love. But apparently, you've seen Encino Man, right? Hopefully, everybody in the chat has seen that. Maybe
Long time ago.
Brendan Fraser, Pauly Shore, Sean Austin, among others.
Yeah. He was like Brendan Fraser plays the. He's like a
Caveman.
Like a Neanderthal who gets frozen and he gets.
I love that movie.
In like,
Yeah.
What 80s California?
Yeah. Encino. So there's talks. Disney owns the rights to Encino Man now. And they're talking about doing a reboot of that, bringing Pauly Shore and Brendan back. And they're also in talks of doing a Biodome 2.
Man, Biodome, I love Biodome so much.
Yeah.
And
But that was the fall of his career. It's a bittersweet story for Pauly because that was it. That was the nail in the coffin. Because it did not perform financially.
it's such a fun movie though.
Yeah, it was. It was like Dumb and Dumber before Dumb and Dumber, I guess. Was that before Dumb and Dumber? I can't remember.
Maybe after. I don't know.
I can't really remember. But yeah.
I agree. Ricky Gervais at hosting the Golden Globes is so nice because he just doesn't care. He insults everyone.
I know. I saw that. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah.
Yeah. The comedians always insult people at like the Golden Globes or the Oscars. Like that's where they're there for, to like make jokes on like every celebrity that's in there in the audience. And that's what they do.
Years ago, like I had people that I like coworkers and stuff like that. And I'm about to get to the next super chat, but a lot of people told me, and I don't believe it. I don't believe this, and I'm not tooting my own horn or anything like that. But there was a time in my life that I considered being a stand-up comedian. Like I had so many stories, and people were like, "Dude, you're missing your calling." Like at parties, at get-togethers, like I would just have everybody just rolling. Like I would just start talking about my experiences and stuff and life, and just everybody would just like love it. And I'm just like, yeah, maybe I should do some stand-up or something, but I just never did. I always wonder, like now I'm kind of like more afraid than I was then, just because the way the culture is now, all the cancel stuff, and like comedy is not very accepted as much as it was then. Go ahead. That was a quick hand raise. Yeah. So.
Okay, this is actually going to be tying back to Scream Talk, to Scream 6.
Okay.
Okay, so I saw someone have a theory, and I don't know this person. It's just a random internet person. And they said this in a very, very negative way, but the theory itself, I was like, that is interesting, even though they approached it in a negative way. Here's the thing with modern culture and the place we are in terms of, I don't want to get too political, but in terms of like race and stuff like that, there's a lot of debate on whether or not you can depict people of color as villains in movies, right? You don't want to make them seem like the bad guy. That's a legitimate thing people talk about. So when talking about Scream 6, this person was saying, if you look at the poster, there's only 3 people on the poster who are white. And this person goes,
in the new poster?
In the big one of, yeah, in that one. There's only 3 people on here who are white.
Okay.
Like full on white people, like Caucasian.
Yeah.
And this person, like I said, they approached it very negatively, but they're like, I'm betting those 3 people are going to be the villains.
What? Okay.
You
I
got
don't really
Quinn.
look at things like that.
Well, I mean, I guess there's more on here because you have what? Wow, Samara Weaving. She's on here.
Yeah, if she's the opening kill, that's like, well,
if she's the opening
Drew
kill,
Barrymore was on the opening poster, so yeah, okay.
so the people they were talking about were Detective Bailey, played by Dermot, which is such a bizarre name. Someone, I pinned a comment on one of my videos because I or not a video, it was a community post. I said, will Dermot Mulrooney's character die in Scream 6? And someone commented and said, with a name like that, he better.
That's funny.
Anyway, Dermot Mulrooney, Ethan, played by Jack Champion, and Quinn, played by Liana Labrada, which is Detective Bailey's daughter, right?
Yes.
Those are the 3 people they pointed out. Tony Revolori, I think. I don't know. Anyways, but like I said, they approached it very negatively, but that was the theory, is that those 3 people will be the ghost faces because of that fact.
Oh, that's stupid.
Like, I think it's stupid, but then thinking about it, I'm like, I've suspected Ethan, Jack Champion, for a while because of that stupid plaid theory.
I did too, but it's like, I almost like, I don't, like, I think, like, deep down, I don't want it to be that simple. I don't want it to be him, but it probably might be.
You don't want it to be him because of the plaid, or?
I just don't. He's big on Avatar right now. He's this new up and coming, and now we got Scream, and we don't have to always do the up and coming actor being the new killer type of.
I don't think that would be the case. Like, I don't think that's why he's going to be. Here's the thing. If I'm being honest, I know everyone says they think, not everyone, but a lot of people think Danny or Josh Segarra is going to be under the cracked mask. I don't think he's going to be. Mostly because we see him not in the cracked mask. Like, we see him on screen with Ghostface in the cracked mask across the alley, because he's with Sam on that ladder scene, and Ghostface is across the way wearing a cracked mask. I think it's going to be like the size and everything, and I know we can't, truly rely on that, but I think that's going to be Ethan.
Yeah, and
The
sorry.
stealthiness. Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah. I just like to comment on the guy's theory about. I think he said like the 3 white characters are gonna be the ghost faces or something. Well, what was the 3 characters? Okay. So like to like talk to bring this up, like remember in Scream 2, like Rainey was having a conversation with Dewey about who the killers might be, and then he brings up what's it, Cindy's roommate, and he said Dewey's like, what? Like no, like a lot of these serial killers are white, males, and he's like, well, it could be her. Maybe it goes against the rules, but it could be real. It could possibly be her too. And then he makes fun of it. It's like Candy Man or Candy Woman or something.
It's
she's
like
bad for your
don't forget
teeth.
Miss Voorhees, and there's always room for Candyman's daughter. She's sweet. He's deadly. She's bad for your teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why I brought that up, because since you brought it up, Bearded, the guy, when you mentioned that, I brought that up because that was in Scream 2 when they had that conversation about who would be the killers, and Dewey was like, no, they have to be white males, at least.
Yeah, and he was talking for more of in movie a real time, because that is true. Most serial killers are white males.
Yeah.
But in relation to today's climate, that's a legitimate thing that you hear about, is not portraying certain people or people of certain races negatively or as villains because of today's climate. So this person, as I said, approached it in a very negative way. I did not appreciate it, so I'm not going to say where it was or who it was. But the theory I thought was interesting, because you got to think about, like, if that would be taken into account. If it's true, if what this person said was true, I'm going to be like, if it does work out to be that way, I will be amazed, and I just hope it doesn't, because I don't want that kind of rhetoric spread that it was because of that. Like, anyway, sorry, you mentioned like the current culture and stuff. I'm like, oh, this is something I just saw and ties into Scream 6. So yeah, that's, I don't know if you've seen anything like that about the new movies, but thought it was interesting.
We're gonna find out in 2 weeks, for sure.
Hold on a second. Let me look here. I will tell you, because I've got a countdown
Right.
that shows exactly when my showing is.
I have to see it in 3D. I have to see it on the 9th. That's the only way I'm gonna be able to see it early. Is in 3D. Yeah.
3D. Like Friday Part 3.
We have 2D showings on the 9th for me.
Was this movie even shot to be in 3D? Like, or is this just some type of forced?
I don't know. Paramount released a statement saying, like, they're excited to bring it for the first time in 3D. So I think they do have something. But anyways,
Yeah.
my theater, for some reason, they have normal showings on the 9th.
Yeah, mine doesn't.
For
At least
me,
at AMC, they don't.
oh, I'm seeing it at an AMC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
got
only had a
new-
3D option. I would have rather not seen it in 3D, but I was like, hey, if I get to see it a day early, I'll see it in 3D, because I'm sure I'm going to see it, 2, 3, maybe even 5 times in the theater. I don't know yet.
Yeah. And the downside of 3D is when you watch it later on in 2D, you can tell it's 3D when you see those certain shots that they do for 3D. So, like, for example, My Bloody Valentine 3, that movie was made for 3D.
Right.
That's why it's called My Bloody Valentine 3, or stuff like that, where it's like it's made for 3D. So yeah, it's cool when you watch it in 3D, but when you watch it in 2D, it looks a little off, because it's like that looks like it's coming out into the screen, even though what I'm saying, not wearing the glasses, because that's
Yeah,
cool
I get it.
effect,
Yeah, for sure.
So sorry, quick.
It's the only way I'm going to be able to see it. It's not like the way I want to see it, but I'm going to take whatever I can get as soon as I can get it.
Same here, and that is 12 days 16 hours and 9 minutes.
Yep. Okay. All right. And okay. So Brock, I'm gonna get to your other super chat real quick, but right now, if you're watching, right now, we got 15 people in here watching. Smash that like button if you haven't already. That really helps out the channel. Love these guys. Subscribe to the Beard Entertainment and Dominic St. Clair Studios. Also, I have to plug this back in. I did it earlier in the chat, but both of you know that you're invited to March 4th, my 10-hour stream to my very own Screamathon live stream. It is going to be crazy. I'm starting 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's going to be sharp. I'm giving like a 2-hour window for each film. I'm sure we're going to go over 10 p.m. But come hang out. If you want to be a guest on the show, I want to bring some of my viewers, some of the people that are very close to me that has helped build this channel. You guys know that y'all are invited. If I've sent out a message, you know that you're invited. I just want it to be a party. I want it to be like the Stabathon in Scream 4. It's Screamathon. You want to wear your favorite costume? Do it. You want your favorite snacks, your favorite drinks, whatever the case. If you just want to hang out for that film, do it. But I'm going to be here for 10 hours, and I'm going to push through it. Last year, I did each film individually up to the release of Scream 5. This time, we're just going to knock them all out at once. I don't know if it's been done before, but this is us. And I want to invite everybody to the party right now. Dominic St. Clair, I know I can count on you. Bearded, I know I can count on you. Not expecting everybody to stay the entire time, but it would be awesome if you could stay just a little bit. I can have like 10 people on the stream at once. So hop in and out if you want to.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'll definitely pop in and out for like specific movies. I do have some things I got to take care of that day, but I'll definitely be in for several movies.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
Dominic?
I'll probably stay for the whole stream, watch all the movies.
Wow, okay. Dominic's a trooper. Listen to him. Hell yeah. Nice. Go ahead.
This is in regards to Brock's comment.
Okay. Well, let me read it real quick, and then we can address it. Brock sends in a $10 super chat. I've had it up for a minute. Didn't want him to think that we forgot about him. Scream 5. If Sid had not tracked the car that Richie was driving, there would have been no true ending. Correct? Kind of risky for Amber / Richie to assume Sid and Gail would show up to the house. That is, yeah, it might be a little bit of convenient writing there. Go ahead, Bearded.
It wasn't convenient writing because if you remember, they didn't expect Sydney and Gail to show up.
Yeah.
Amber even said, like, now I get to kill both of you. Because it wasn't.
They crashed the party.
They crashed the party. They never planned on them being there, and if they hadn't have showed up, their plan would have gone off without a hitch. Honestly, without Sydney and Gail handling Amber, Tara and Sam, would have had. Tara and Sam were kind of not. I mean, they weren't really working together at this point. Tara was all tied up. Sam was dealing with Richie, which she could have done, by herself. But without Gail and Sydney there handling. Why am I blanking on names? Amber would have been assisting Richie at that moment. So, yeah, if Sydney and Gail hadn't showed up, it would have gone off without a hitch, and they didn't expect them to show up. They were really glad. Like when Richie actually met Sydney, he was kind of starstruck. I don't think he intended for her to be there at all.
Yeah, I agree. Like I believe that wasn't part of their plan. It just so happened when they showed up, they literally were making adjustments to their plan. So they added Sydney and Gail into the mix. When they showed up during their scheme or their whole plan, and and also with Dewey too. I don't think they were supposed to go meet with Dewey in the first place, right? Like, I think it was Sam that brought up, oh, we gotta go meet one of the survivors, or you gotta meet with the expert, and Richie wasn't the one that brought it up, or Amber didn't. She didn't brought it up. It was Sam. Sam was like, we gotta find somebody who's an expert in this, and they went. Both, what's her name? Sam and Richie went to Dewey, and that's how Dewey got involved, and then that's how it led to Sydney and Gail getting involved. You know what I'm saying? It's a domino effect. What happened? So, yeah, I agree with you. They were not part of the plan as intended. Originally, the plan is with Tara and Sam and the rest of the group. And if they didn't show up, I think they'll be like either dead or just screwed, in my opinion.
I do think Dewey was part of the plan. I do think he was part of the plan because Amber said something during the during that final act. She was like, Dewey had to die to show that our movie has stakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he was part of the grand plan. Amber, or not Amber, but Sam did conveniently, I think, lead them to Dewey to get him involved. But I think if she hadn't have volunteered it, Richie would have probably kind of manipulated her into it. But I think Dewey was part of the plan overall, because I mean, he's in Woodsboro already. Like, it's not that far of a stretch to try to include him. To include Sydney and Gail would be a stretch because they're so far removed from the environment. But I think Dewey was probably involved, or probably calculated into the plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Brock, thank you so much for that $10 super chat, man. Yeah, I kind of agree with you guys. It was kind of like a crash the party moment. It wasn't really like they weren't expecting. They wasn't expecting that part of the equation. And I think it was okay. Was it a little bit of? I did think it was like, oh, this is a little bit of forced writing. Maybe a little bit, but it wasn't too much, and it was okay in my eyes. I think it was okay. We wanted to write these characters in a way to show up, and I think they did their job. I think we're gonna get more Gail in 6. Do you guys agree with that? Y'all think that like she's gonna be more of a predominant role?
Yeah, I do, because you see her throughout the trailers. She's definitely heavily involved. And to touch on just the thing about the killers going after this certain group of people and not Cindy and Gail, it shows the potential in the Scream franchise to expand its reach to like different areas of the country or whatever, where maybe there's a group of young people that are getting stalked by Ghostface in Chicago or like in Atlanta or whatever, and it's just a whole new group of people. A person that's under a Ghostface mask is part of that group of people that is picking them off one by one. I think you can do it without Sydney and Gail. You know what I'm saying? I think you can finish the story in this trilogy and then move on to the next story in this next chapter, I guess you can say. When it comes to the Scream franchise and its lore and the universe it's in.
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree.
What's up?
I disagree.
You disagree? Really?
Yeah, I here's the thing. I've said this numerous times, but I'm gonna throw it out there again.
Okay.
If you do that, there's no continuity. If anyone can be under the Ghostface mask and anyone can get attacked, then that means like any Scream fan film could be canon in the Scream universe. The thing that makes it Scream versus a Stab or versus a fan film is that through line to the first movie. Doesn't necessarily have to be Sydney. But like with Halloween movies, obviously, other than part 3, you had a through line. It was always the same slasher. It was always Michael. Friday the 13th, it's other than the first one, it's always Jason, or it's always Freddy, or it's always Chucky. With Scream, you don't have that because Ghostface will be someone new every movie, or roughly every movie. The continuity has been the victims, and I think there has to be that, because if you don't have any continuity from the victims and you don't have any continuity from the killers, then what makes it Scream versus Stab?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like. Yeah, I agree with both of y'all. Really, like, honestly, okay. I actually mentioned this. Maybe I mentioned it last night on my last stream. I've said it a couple times. If they ever did do like a requel, like I know they talked about it in 5, that's what Amber and Richie was trying to do. But if they actually did in our universe, the real universe, a requel of the Scream movies, not Stab movies, and they picked up directly after the first Scream with Billy and Stu, I want to kind of veer away from the Stab stuff, because I feel like that's where we've kind of lost our guide. We've kind of went too scary movie a little bit here and there. They didn't know where to draw the line, and they kind of stepped over it a couple times, and it kind of lost its focus on, let's just get back to the nitty gritty. Go ahead.
This is kind of going back to that previous comment, but I agree with what you're saying. I kind of agree. I don't mind the Stab, but yeah, starting in part 2, almost everything has been because of Stab. But going back, you know what I would like? Kirby says in the trailer, she's been investigating Ghostface attacks. We're assuming it's not the attacks we've seen, because she hasn't been there. We've seen the attacks go down, and she hasn't been there. So what I think would be awesome, and I heard someone else say it, but I don't remember who it was, you could do a spin-off series of Kirby investigating different random attacks that happen around the country. You call it Scream, call it something else, like a Scream feature or something like that. But that would be really cool, seeing other attacks in that fashion. But I don't want the main Scream movies to have no relation to the first movie, because I think at that point we'd be doing exactly what the Stab franchise did, just going off into a crazy direction that has nothing to do. And I personally don't like that. I know some people are okay with it. I'm not saying Sydney has to be in every one or Gail has to be in every one. We have that connection now. We have Sam, who is a direct relative to Billy, and she knows Sydney, she knows Gail. So like, we have a direct connection to the previous movies set up, and it's going to continue. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to have a connection to that person. So we will continue to have a through line to the first movie. And I think for me, I want that so that I can know that it's a Scream movie, and not just because if it can be anyone under the mask and anyone getting attacked, then like any fan film could be canon.
Yeah, I actually, I'm glad you explained that, because it really like gave me a clear like thought on like just the concept of it, because in Friday the 13th, like you mentioned, like Jason and all, but like every character that we encounter in the Friday the 13th movies, like they're not related to the other characters besides like Tommy Jarvis, like from part 4, part 5, part 6. But other than that, after part 6 they dropped Tommy, and now we're with a bunch of new characters or a new main character, and then after that they just kept continuing, and I can see why like the Scream fans love the connection with Sydney Gale and the original story of Scream, and how it continues on and it's never ending when it comes to that original story. So I definitely understand that from the fans and of course you guys' perspective on it for sure. I don't mind if they decide to do what I mentioned, but I still think it's cool that they still connect it to the original story for sure.
Yeah, and my opinion doesn't represent everyone on it. Obviously, I think more. If I were to poll people, I think more people probably agree with you than they do with me. They probably want something completely new. Personally, I just want to continue. I want to continue the story, but it could go either way, and they could go your way, and it'd be great movies. I could be wrong, but
Either way they go, you know how they're going to have to feel, right? Because we got several different audiences. And somebody's going to have to say this.
Sorry, boys, there's been a terrible mistake. Howie is going to say something to you, aren't you, Howie? I'm going to get you out of this as quickly as possible. Howie, now come on now, say your little piece.
I'm sorry I took the money.
That's it.
I'm sorry I took the money. I'm sorry!
That's
I'm
enough.
sorry!
That's enough, Howie. That's enough, dear.
I'm
That's
awfully
just fine.
sorry.
That's fine. Now, boys,
sorry.
all the money is here. Come along, Howie.
Sorry.
And I just want to apologize to you again and tell you how I'm sorry I am
terribly
about the
sorry.
mistake. And if there's anything at all I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. Come along, Howie.
Sorry. I'm
It's time for your
sorry.
lobotomy.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry I took the money.
I forgot Cheech and Chong were in that.
I'm telling you, man, like Pee-wee, like doing that stuff, like, I don't know, man. Like, I was late to the game on the Cheech and Chong films. But there's definitely some really good humor. Not good cinema, but there's definitely some stuff that I'm just kind of like, that's epic right there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, Cheech and Chong, never go wrong with them, and Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, Pee-wee Herman and Cheech and Chong. Yeah,
Yeah.
bring it back.
I would like to see a crossover with Cheech and Chong and Jay and Silent Bob. Like,
Yeah, maybe.
what do you think? Do you think that'll be like a good like comedy duo type of movie?
Maybe, but it would just be like, who's gonna dominate the screen more? They would have to like mix it up. Like maybe Cheech hangs out with Silent Bob and Chong hangs out with Jay or something like that. Like they'll have to like play off each other a little bit. Like maybe get lost and go off their own ways and then come back together. I don't know. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I just it would have to feel organic a little bit.
It would be a competition who would smoke more weed, honestly.
Wouldn't that be a scene, like both of them like seeing which one can take the most? And then you got Snoop Dogg that like shows up and is just like, give me that.
Y'all, just quick side note, did y'all see the latest Jay and Silent Bob movie, Clerks 3?
Yes, I actually met Kevin Smith. He came to Dallas, and I actually already owned the movie, and I wish I would have got like backstage passes and everything, but they were all sold out. I was kind of late to buying the passes, but I went and saw Clerks 3 again because he was hosting it, and it was really cool, man. He talked about a lot of good stuff, and that was a bucket list. Huh?
That movie ripped your heart out?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Good?
It was damn good. It was really good. I don't know how you get better than that. I mean, that touches a lot of levels.
I had a little bit of an existential crisis after that movie, man. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, how many terms with your own mortality?
Yeah.
Oh, it was beautiful too. Like, it was beautiful, but my word, did it
He
tug
said
it.
he had that script written. Most of that script written. He changed some stuff around, but like most of that script was written, and he was so worried. He said this like when he was presenting the movie and everything. He was like, I was so worried that somebody would steal my skit about the whole "we are nothing but thieves" skit, and he is like, but I had to remember nobody reads the Bible, so and like it was like that was like his whole thing was like yeah he thought somebody was gonna steal that whole joke from him, but I don't know. He definitely has like a dark look on certain religious aspects, and that's okay. That's all him. But like I do respect him as a filmmaker. I loved his movies. I grew up on his movies. Jay and Silent Bob. I would love to like revisit like Mallrats. Like I remember watching Mallrats a lot whenever I was younger. Dogma doesn't get enough recognition.
I was gonna say, have you seen Dogma?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and not in years, but like it's a movie that like I don't even think Kevin Smith has the rights to that movie anymore. And that's the problem. Is like the Weinsteins or something stole those rights from him. So that's why you can't find it on streaming. You can't like search for it and buy it right now.
I think the only one he doesn't own is Zack and Miri.
Is that the only one? Like I've heard there's been some controversy around Dogma. It might be Zack and Miri as well, but like Dogma.
No, he doesn't own Zack and Miri because there was a character in Jay and Silent Bob reboot. I think it was what it was called, like the one right before Clerks 3.
Yeah. It was okay.
Justin Long's character was exactly the same as the character in Zack and Miri, but he couldn't go by the same name because of a copyright issue, because he doesn't own Zack and Miri.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think as far as I've heard, but Zack and Miri also doesn't have Jay and Silent Bob in it.
Right.
It's
more of a Seth Rogen, Elizabeth Banks movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only one of his movies that I know other than Red State. But that was a
Red State's so good, and they are working on trying to make a Red State too.
Tuck.
Yeah, Tuck. I mean, like I know there's a lot of fan base around Tuck, and I appreciate it for what it is. I like it. I just didn't like the ending. I really just did not. I didn't feel it at the very end. I like the journey. I like the up to it. I just didn't like the ending. I was just
I didn't like anything about the film. Like it was a good film, but I just didn't like anything about it.
Yeah.
It was grotesque.
Yeah, but Kevin Smith, you got to appreciate him because like he's a fan making movies for fans.
Oh yeah, like his first movie, he literally maxed out his credit cards to rent the gear. He talked to his boss so he could shoot in the grocery store he worked at after hours, and just made a movie.
Yeah,
and like he's like, I hope it works out. He's like, worst case, I'll just be paying off the credit cards for years to come, but I'll get to say I made a movie. And he was on, I think it was Two Bears One Cave podcast with Tom Segura, and he talked about it, and he's like, yeah, we went to a film festival. He's like, and we were like, oh, we got Sunday. We had gone in Friday and Saturday, and the whole place was packed. And we were looking forward to Sunday. He's like, it turns out no one shows up on Sunday. It's like, so it was only us in the theater who worked on the movie, and like one guy who came in. He didn't even stay the whole time. And he's like, we kind of thought like, all right, well, we gave it a shot. And then the next day he ended up getting calls from people like, hey, your movie at the festival got really good reviews. We'd like you to submit it to ours. And we got a lot of buzz, even though he said no one showed up to the screening festival.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Like Like, you know, I've talked about it before. I would love to make a movie. Like, I make like short, fun films and stuff for the channel and stuff. But like, I always like my dream job is being a film director, and I love writing. I love writing scripts and stuff like that. So, I'm actually working on something. That I hope I can put to film pretty soon called Shots. It's a whodunit, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Go ahead, man.
I think you might have told me about it. Anyway,
I
two
might
things. First thing, speaking of wanting to be in film in the film industry, I don't know if you know, it's kind of just about me personally. I'm going to be moving up to North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I'm going up next weekend for a visit to see a couple places I'm looking to move to. One of them is Wilmington, which just so happens to be where they filmed Scream 5. I'm gonna be going to the actual house that was Wes and Judy Hicks's house, where she got murdered on the steps.
Oh dang.
Yeah, like I'm going there next weekend. Also, Screen Gym Studio.
Can I go?
Do what?
Can I go with you?
I mean, sure. If you have the IMDb Pro,
Yeah.
not regular IMDb, but IMDb Pro, yeah, it tells you the address of the house.
Yeah.
So
They give you all information. They give you the address. They give you the phone number, the emails, just every personal like information that you can ever put. They put it on IMDb Pro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going up there. I'm going to see that. But Screen Gym Studios is there, so I'm like, they work on a lot of stuff. So I'm looking into Wilmington because I could, you know, keep the job I have at nights and then start trying to get in work on other projects, even if it's just as like a PA or something initially, and then try to work up. But hoping to get more work there. That was the first thing. The second thing, I had a fun story idea for a short. A Scream short. So the initial attack happens, right? And then the people are smart and they call a bodyguard. They call John Wick. So then the next scene is them like Ghostface running at them, but then John Wick just destroys Ghostface, like shoots him like 50 times, and then it immediately cuts to one of their other friends walking to a trash can and throwing away Ghostface robes and everything. Like, no, I ain't about to do it, and just walks away. Tomato.
Damn.
It's different, Blucka. Or was that Blucka?
No, it was Brock.
I agree, kind of, but the man has gone through so much. The least I can do is say his name right. Put some respect on that name, you know.
Put some respect on it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kirsten loves Biodome. Hell yeah.
It's so good. I'm not gonna watch it after this because I'm watching that new Netflix movie after this, but I'm probably gonna watch it this weekend.
What Netflix movie? Which one?
We Have a Ghost.
Oh yeah. A lot of people are talking about that.
With
Harbor, David Harbor.
Yeah, David Hopper from Stranger Things. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was that Santa movie he just made?
Violent Night.
Violent Night. Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I did. It was a good time.
It was so good.
Yeah, I felt like if they would have like trimmed down like 10, 15 minutes of him talking with the little girl, maybe would have like brought it back together just a little bit more. Like there was some downtime right there. And then some of the characters, I was like, there's no chemistry here. But when we got to action and when David Harbour killed it, everything else was great. But I was just kind of like, I don't really buy these people as being a loving couple. I don't buy this family. I don't buy anything. Yeah, kill them. I
None of
don't
them
care.
were a loving couple. That was the whole thing. Like you hated them. You
Yeah.
were supposed to hate them all.
Yeah, but I didn't even like the dad. Like the main character dad that's over the little girl. I didn't even like him. I was kind of like,
Yeah, you're supposed to hate him.
Are you really supposed to hate him? But I mean, he's like yeah, he did something bad, but
He's supposed to get a redemption at the end. Like, you're supposed to like him at the end, but at the beginning, yeah, you're supposed to like. I feel like at the very least, be cautious of him, because it's like, why isn't he with his daughter and his partner? Why didn't he take his daughter to see Santa the day before or on Christmas Eve? Like, there's a lot of questions about him. I feel like you were supposed to be cautious, but I don't think you were really supposed to like anybody other than the little girl. She was the
pure soul.
Exactly. She was the example of purity, of a good person, whereas everyone else around her, they didn't believe, they were bad.
Yeah. And also just, the thing about, like, you brought that out, like, she's the pure soul and all that. And I think that's why Santa was fighting these mercenaries. It's just for her. He's doing it for her. He's not doing it for these other fucking scumbags in the movie that are taking hostage. He's doing it for her because she's the one that's pulling him through to save her and save her family. But really, he's just trying to save her and keep her spirit alive. And so throughout, Christmas, as she goes on, in she'll influence more of her friends or family or whatever, to spread the Christmas.
Yeah. Did anybody else feel like, as much as I like John Leguizamo, I felt like he was in a different movie? Just a little bit. I was like, everybody else is kind of like goofy and knows what type of movie they're in, except for him. He's like taking it serious, and he's just like, I'm Mr. Scrooge.
He went a little too far over the top, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I love him as an actor. Like, if you ever did y'all watch the Menu? Yeah, did you watch it? He was great in that. Like, the whole movie was great. I love The Menu. Have you seen it, Dom?
The Maid?
The Menu.
Oh, The Menu. No, I haven't seen it. No.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, honestly, I love Anya Taylor-Joy. I guess I have a little bit of a thing for her. So I might be a little bit biased, but like, that movie is, it's cool. It's cool. I wanted a little bit more at the end. The way it ends, I'm kind of like, it's a little abrupt. It's not really how I expected this to end. But it was a fun movie. I thought it was very unique.
My favorite was when John Leguizamo's assistant, like, John Leguizamo's like, what about her? And the chef starts asking, he's like, where did you go to college? And what did she say? Brown, I think.
Maybe. I can't remember.
Some Ivy League school. And he goes, do you have student loan? She goes, no. He goes, I'm sorry, you're dying. He was just so abrupt. Just like, and I think it was because it was like implied, oh, you don't have school loans or student loans. You must be like a trust fund kid.
Yeah.
Which.
Oh yeah. Good catch, man. Yeah.
Just the abruptness of it. Do you have any student loans? No. I'm sorry, you're dying.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Yeah. They were like all over privileged.
Yeah, and that was the whole. Overprivileged was a big part of it, but yeah, like, I don't want to talk about it anymore because Dominic hasn't seen it, and that's a good. I mean, it's a good movie to go in not knowing anything about it, because I knew, like, the trailers didn't really give away anything. They're like, yeah, something might happen while they're here, but we don't know what or why.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a good movie to go into not knowing anything really.
Yeah, it is. It is. So some things are kind of like, I'm like, what is going on right now? But I'm like, okay. I can't say that I didn't like it. Like, people say all the time, you want something unique, you want something new, we're tired of remakes, we're tired of Marvel, we're tired of the same old. Well, they make these movies. They do. They're being made. It's just nobody's going to see them.
People
They're few and
don't
far
know-
between.
People don't know what they want, and that's why we have like 15 different levels of pulp in orange juice. Like, have you ever seen
Damn,
the orange
Bearded.
juice aisle? There's like no pulp, full pulp, like half pulp, 3/4, and it's because no one really knows what they want. Like, you want something new, and then you get something new, you're like, but I don't know, it feels weird. And then they make what like they remake the exact same Star Wars. Star Wars 1 and 2 were the exact same movie. Hate me all you want. I love them, but they're the exact same premise. Big blowy up planet thing. The rebels gotta get in there and destroy it. The next one, hey, they rebuilt the big blowy up planet thing. Rebels gotta get in there and destroy it. And then they make something else with the prequel trilogies. And it's like, I don't know, not a fan of this. And then they start the new trilogy. And what's the plot? There's a big blowy up planet thingy, and the rebels got to get in there and destroy it. And people loved it. You don't know what you want. You say you want something new, but then you don't like it. You get something like the original, and it's okay. You get a second thing that's like the original, and they're like, you're not doing anything new. People don't know what they want. Sorry,
it goes. Yeah, it goes the same for like, Friday the 13th, or like, Halloween. Like, everyone was praising the reboot of Halloween. 2018, I think, came out. Everyone was praising it because it's like, oh, it's more like the original. It's more grounded. And then, they're like, okay, like, let's bring it up a notch. We expect to see more in this Halloween Kills. And when they did that, everyone turned their backs like, what is this insane shit? It's so insane. There's so much going on. Like, what the hell? I didn't ask for this. And then now, do you see those people who are asking, saying, okay, we want it to be more back to basics, like 2018 and Halloween Ends. And then when they did that in Halloween Ends, everyone was like, oh man, what is this? With Corey and all this stuff. And then Friday 13th, like, we got Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X. We got, again, the remake of Friday 13th,
which I love.
Yeah, and people still complain about that, even though they said they wanted to go back to the woods. And when they go back to the woods, killing a bunch of teens with Hockey Mask Jason with the machete, they still complain because why? Because he went through underground tunnels.
I loved it. That was so terrifying to me. Jason setting traps, Jason running. Like, I was more scared of that Jason than any other Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I just thought the opening scene, it was like 20 minutes long.
It was a short.
Yeah, I liked the opening scene more than I liked the entire film. As far as like characters and the way it was, I was like, I would like to follow these characters and this be the entire movie. I didn't like the whole kidnapping aspect. I didn't like how Jason found his mask. I wanted more, and that's just me nitpicking a little bit because it's like I want it to be a little bit more epic that he chose that mask.
Frailty, you want like a beam coming down from the sky, like
no, nothing like that. I just felt it was like, just kind of rushed. I thought it was kind of rushed, and I was like, oh, like, wouldn't it be cool if we just waited till Jason got that mask by the end of the movie? Like, let's take our time. If we're gonna be sackhead Jason for most of the movie, let's keep that, and then by the end, he found a mask, and we find out why he found that mask. Like, because one of the characters was, brought it to the place or whatever. I don't know. Like, I just thought, like, it didn't know, like, I liked it. And Bearded, I'm gonna let you talk. But it's just, it didn't know if it wanted to be raunchy It didn't know if it wanted to be cheesy Friday the 13th. It didn't know if it wanted to be serious Friday the 13th. And I feel like it failed at both. But it is one of the better Friday the 13th entries that we've ever got. And I did have a fun time watching it. I just, as a horror fan, I wanted more. Go ahead.
In terms of the mask and everything, I actually agree with what you're saying. For us, for like horror fans, the problem is, obviously with movies, you can't just advertise to the fans. You have to advertise to new people as well. And Jason is so synonymous with that hockey mask. There was no way they were going to have him not wear that much. Because that's what people recognize him at.
Yeah.
When you see, like, it was even on the poster, like, that's what people want to see. Obviously, as fans, we're like, yeah, I'll take Sackhead Jason, even though it was a blatant ripoff of The Town That Dreaded Sundown. I'll take Sackhead Jason.
This is great.
Huh?
Town That Dreaded Sundown is great.
It is great, but the makeup designer for Friday the 13th Part 2 openly said that that's where they got the look from. But you're right. They're squeezing 3 movies into one movie, because Part 1 obviously was Pamela. Part 2 was Sackhead Jason. Part 3 is when he got his mask. So they're squeezing all that into one movie.
Yeah. And just the thing about that remake is, and I agree with you on that, because people want to see the hockey mask, because remember, there's a lot of fans complaining about Jason Goes to Hell because they're saying, "Where's Jason? Where's the hockey mask?" You know what I'm saying? So the creators or the people behind the movies are like saying like, "Oh, so they want the hockey mask, they want Jason." And they want campers. They want campers in the woods, having sex, smoking drugs, drinking, and all that stuff. You know what? We'll give them that. Let's go ahead, throw that in there, and then that's pretty much what the remake is. Obviously, they added the underground tunnel scene, the captive scene, which is something that was different, but I still feel like it kept the formula of Friday the 13th. I really think it kept the formula. And he says stupendous boobs. Yeah, there was some good titties in that movie too.
What does he say? I don't. Can I? Is it okay to talk about that scene? It's your channel.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Just don't get me canceled.
He said you have perfect nipple placement. Those were actual words that came out of his mouth. You have perfect nipple placement.
I thought he just said, I mean, you got stupendous tits or something like that. I didn't know. I forgot he said that as well.
Yeah, he goes into depth about why her titties are so great, which they work great. I mean, until she gets impaled by, what was it, deer antlers?
Yeah. Yeah, it was antlers in on the door in the bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, I think it's one of the better opening scenes of any horror movie ever. I love it, honestly. I wanted more meaning, and that's how I feel with like most of the films that I really love. Like, I'm really afraid of when they decide to reboot A Nightmare on Elm Street, because I'm such a big Fred head that I want it to be justice. I want it to be right. I want it to be good. And there's so many ways that they could do about it, but like, I feel like anybody behind the mask, Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, even Scream, we can keep this going and take it in different directions. But I think this day and age, I just want a little bit more seriousness. Like, okay, you might not agree with me on this. and a lot of my viewers might not agree with me on this, but there's a thin line between good horror and suspense and then moving into this campiness. And we're either, what are we eating? Are we eating Taco Bell over here, fast food, garbage? It's really good. It's hitting my craving, or we got quality stuff over here. And that's the way I feel with like Friday the 13th is like, it's always going to struggle with cheese, tits, ass, gore. Can you be more than that? Can we? Because, okay, and y'all might not agree with me on this, but like sometimes I feel like the nudity, the sex, takes away from the quality of the movie. It distracts us for a minute, and it's like, oh, we forgot we're watching a cheesy slasher when I really want it to take it to the next level, and I want it to be something epic. I want it to be good. I want it to be taken seriously. I want Jason to be scary for 90 minutes to an hour. We can have some comedy relief, but when you're throwing tits and ass and making jokes like that and talking about stuff like that, it's just kind of like, man, this is made for teenagers. No, make it for hardcore fans and make it serious again. Make us scared of this villain again. Go ahead.
You're right. I don't agree with you at all.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, I think you're separating it to where it's include tits and ass, or be a good movie, and I think it's possible that you have both. I do think I will agree with you that I think a lot of movies may take it overboard. Like the remake of Friday the 13th, absolutely took it overboard. There was a lot of screen time for titties. There was. I think it might have taken it overboard, but I think that, I mean, if we didn't have that, the rules that you got in Scream wouldn't exist. Because that's the rule. like, you can't have sex because it's a sin. You can't do all of that exists because of those horror kind of, I don't want to say cliches or tropes, but those horror staples, for instance, like they that it just became so ingrained. You have to have them doing something like that in order to sin, so that they can be punished. Sackhead Jason, I don't know who said that comment, but Sackhead Jason was terrifying. I think Sackhead Jason in the remake was even more terrifying. Like when he's chasing those I give you
that.
In that opening scene, like, I know what it was an amazing cold open to that movie. And is Bearded talking? I don't talk over people. Hey. I try not to. That's why I raise my hand, so I don't. I do have a tendency to talk, but
no, it's great, man.
Yeah, Sackett, when he's running toward like the very last kill, the poor dude's caught in a bear trap, watching his lovely partner get roasted over a fire, and like the last thing you see is Jason running towards you, Sackhead Jason swinging that machete. Oh my god, terrible.
Yeah, it was a great opening.
But back to the original statement and case we were making here. I think those were kind of a horror staple, and we've gotten away from them. You have to admit that modern slashers mostly don't contain nudity.
Yeah, and especially the newest Halloween, films. They don't have nudity. Like there's a hint of I think
you don't need nudity to make a good horror movie, though.
a horror
Yeah.
movie and slasher aren't necessarily like obviously all
you
slasher is horror, not all horror is slasher.
No, I get that, but that it doesn't take that. If that's all you have to offer, I feel like you're not being creative enough.
Okay. Here's this is the last thing I'll say about it. What do you think the heyday for slashers was?
80s?
Like 80s, 90s,
Yeah.
2000s, 2010s? What do you think?
Yeah. I would say the mid 80s and early 90s.
Okay. Almost every slasher in that decade had titties of some sort. What do you think is the except for Scream?
And wait a minute.
But you said 80s, right? Like that was the
original
decade.
Nightmare on Elm Street did it?
I'm pretty sure original Nightmare on Elm Street had some titties.
Did Tina
Yeah.
show anything?
Well, they did have sex in
Yeah. But I don't think they ever showed anything until A Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
I
the
think
nurse.
it had sex of some sort. It might
It
not
had
have been
sex.
like,
I mean, like Scream had sex. Scream had sex, but
Not
they
really.
didn't really show it.
like, and I don't mean sex as like the literal action. I mean like sex sells, like sexy type deal. Like I'm pretty sure, like Nightmare, it sold, it sold on some of that stuff. It might not have gone to that point. What I'm saying is, of that genre, of that era, it was a part of almost every slasher. What do you think of the slashers today? Do you think they're as good as that era?
Yes and no.
Okay. So
I think there's aspects that I'm like, yes, that's great. I think they're taken more seriously now. I just that's the way I feel right now. It's like, okay, we're here. Let's take it a little bit more seriously. Let's really build this lore. I don't want to do the same old. I don't want it to be don't blind me with and I'm not sitting here saying like I don't like the stuff that's in Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, whatever. Like, okay, it's distracting, it's fun, it's cool, but at this day and age where I'm at now, I want more. I want it to be built upon. I feel like David Gordon Green, Danny McBride, they were trying to. They were on the right path starting. I think the original ideas, I would love to know those original ideas for Halloween Ends and all that kind of stuff and see exactly where they were wanting to go before Jamie Lee Curtis stepped in and was like, oh, I got some creative control over my character and this and that. I really think that's where the movie started faulting as far as story. But I really don't think you have to have tits and ass and sex to have a good movie. And I think we need to veer from that a little bit. There are certain movies, I mean, like if there's any slasher, any major slasher that would have something like that, maybe Friday the 13th would be the one to have that regularly. But all the others, I really don't think it's necessary. And I really think that audiences are smarter than that now, and they want something a little bit deeper. I mean, we got elevated horror now. We're competing with A24. We got to be better than that. Go ahead.
Would you say we got to get away from that? My whole point that I didn't really get to the end of it there was we have gotten away from that. Like, when was the last time you saw some titties in a Halloween movie?
Probably like Halloween 2, Rob Zombies.
Okay,
That's
that was
about
what,
it.
2009, 2010?
Yeah, that's a long time.
Obviously Friday, the remake, had them. Nightmare remake didn't have them. Chucky doesn't have them. What are the newer slashers? Any new slashers, for the most part, don't have them. Like,
Yeah.
when you say get away from them, my whole point was it's not included anymore. Like that's not a standard now. And I don't think the whole point I was trying to make was going to be a joke, but my joke was in the 80s, which 80s, 90s, in my opinion, also kind of the heyday for slashers. There was a lot of tits and ass. Today, 2010s, 2020s, there's none of it, and they're not as good. Maybe that's what's missing. But yeah, I think
I don't think it's what's missing. I think we're just needing better writers. And
Yeah,
I think that like, okay, we talked about this for a minute, and I really want to talk about this for a second while it's on my mind. We talked about Jay and Silent Bob. We talked about Clerks 3, right? Do you remember the line in that movie where it was like, fuck you to the audience and to other people, saying like, hey, I'm going to shoot this movie like I want to be shot because it shows the artistic of this, and you need to trust the director instead of putting your own input on it and trying to put your own spin on it. You remember something? I'm paraphrasing here, but you know what I'm talking about, right? It's near the end of the movie, and then that's where Kevin Smith speaks up as Silent Bob and is like, I'm shooting it like this, or I'm not shooting it at all, motherfucker. Remember him saying something similar to that? You know what I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah.
It's talking about appreciate and trust in the director and the vision that the writer and the director has for this film, for a 3-movie arc. But then we have certain people that, in order to be in the movie, they want creative control over their character and over certain arcs and stuff like that. And that's where we have to like write around it. The creators, the original ideas and stuff, it's like they have to write around all this stuff, and then you just kind of get lost in the mix. And that's how I feel that the Halloween franchise got. Go ahead.
This is also a comment on the Halloween franchise, and one of the things you just said, like a 3-story arc. Here's my suggestion for making a good franchise or a slasher franchise. Do not announce future movies at all until you're working on that. Don't announce that you're making a Halloween trilogy, because what that does is when you walk into the second chapter of that trilogy, there are no stakes. For the main characters, i.e. Michael and Laurie, there were no stakes in my opinion. I walked in knowing they were going to live because we already had the third one announced. I thought that ruined a little bit of it for me. I knew the second chapter were killed.
I think Halloween Kills kind of gets more hate than it really deserves. I think I appreciate it. I don't think it was great. I think it missed the mark on some stuff. But I also don't think that was the original vision. I think they had bigger plans.
I don't know what the original vision was, but knowing that it was going to be a trilogy means I knew it was just a bridge movie. It was possibly tying something up from the first movie, but more than likely just setting up the third movie. I don't want a movie like that.
And all 3 movies felt like totally different movies within themselves.
Well, my problem with the second movie is it didn't feel like a movie to me. Like, there was almost no story arc at all. Like the characters didn't really change from the first to the beginning to the end of the movie.
Would you say that Halloween Kills is technically the same movie? Like, it's just that if you didn't end it, with the knife, with the what's her name, Allison holding the knife, and then they just cut to the ambulance or the firefighters just coming in. Do you think that Halloween Kills is pretty much the same movie, just continuing?
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it literally is. It takes place the same night. It's one of those classic 36-hour nights,
I honestly wanted to see a rampage at the hospital. I wanted to see Halloween 2 on steroids.
I enjoyed the kills. I thought they were great. I enjoyed Halloween Kills for what it was. But I also think that like you've been saying, I wanted it to be more. I wanted there to be a story there, and in my opinion, there wasn't a story. It was literally Michael and Laurie have to meet up and Halloween Ends, but we got to fill up this runtime. So Michael's going to go from place to place killing people. There's not going to be any chance that he dies. We know that because they're not going to bring a third movie with no Michael.
Right.
Laurie isn't going to die because they're not going to be a third movie without a final battle between Laurie and Michael. So I was going into it like, yeah, they may die. She may die, but I don't really care. This is 40 years leading up to this final battle between these two characters. So I knew going into kills, there was no stakes for those people. So my suggestion was, if you want to, don't announce a new movie until after your current movie is out and people have seen the story. Because if you announce, I don't know, like I said, if you announce, Scream is a little different because we know there's new ghost faces every movie, so there's no guarantee one person is going to live or not.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if certain people die, but if you know there's another like Halloween or another Friday the 13th, then you know Michael or Jason or whoever is going to live.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like, okay, like, I want to kind of take back a little bit of, like, you can have sex or nudity or anything like that. I just don't want it to be, all right, okay. I feel like sometimes it's a distraction. I don't want it to feel like a distraction. If it's organic with the story, if these two characters are XYZ, whatever, and that's their type and that's their character arc, all this kind of stuff, okay, we know what's coming to them, fine. But I just want my beloved slashers to be taken seriously. I want the story to be taken seriously. I want them to be like, no, we're about to build upon this and shock audiences. We're about to make them scary again. It's kind of not scary when you got tits and ass and you're throwing in your face, and we got tremendous tits and perfect nipple placement and all this type of dialogue that I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not scared anymore. Like, who the fuck wrote this? Or is this, you know what I'm saying? Like it's out of left field a little bit. It's just kind of like, what is going on right now? Okay, I'm watching two different movies. I just want the tone to stay, All right, go ahead.
So I agree with everything you're saying, man. Like, if you use Friday the 13th reboot as an example, because that seems to be where we're going here. I thought the dialogue during that scene, too much. There was a gratuitous amount of nudity. I don't think you needed that much at that particular scene. The opening scene I thought was kind of acceptable. There still was a lot of nudity, but like, they had set up those two characters to be that. They kind of proved on the way out there, establishing them that they were horny, like they were going to get with each other. The boat scene when she was like water skiing topless, that was unnecessary. The dialogue during that past sex scene, just to go back to that was way too unnecessary. It was so stupid. I agree. Like, I think that, like, they're a good example of like how it can be taken too far and kind of overshadow the movie. But I think one aspect of it, see, I'm looking at it a little different than you, because when you're looking at it, you said that like you get distracted by that and you don't think it's scary anymore because you're looking. I think originally what it was supposed to be was demonstrating and making it scary, because even in this really intimate act, when you think you're safe and stuff, you're still in danger, and that's why you die during it. Or because that's kind of how I've always looked at it. Like, you can't really be safe even in this, typically enjoyable scenario. You're not safe.
Yeah. Also, like, you seen that scene in Jason Goes to Hell where the two like campers, like, they're gonna, they're having sex, right? And the Jason takes, like, I think it's like a sign, Paul, and like all like out of nowhere just shoves it through this girl's like body, like her chest or something, and then splits her open while she's on top of the dude. So, like, your example, like, even though you're doing what whether it's sex or whatever, you're not safe, and it adds more of a suspense factor, like, and like a cringe factor too. Like, oh my god, oh, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see what happens. That type of feeling. When you see something like that happening, to a character that's doing something, and it's something that you're just like, oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. So yeah, it's definitely. I understand what you're saying about that for sure. Over shoulder.
I think I saw some over the shoulder boulder holders.
Okay, here's some trivia. What movie is that from?
Oh gosh.
Wasn't it like that?
I know what movie that's. I know exactly what movie that's from. What movie is it from?
Is that Hot Dog the movie?
What?
Hot Dog the movie.
I've never heard Hot Dog the movie. Hey, I need that link to that video of the Hot Dog song. I cannot find that whatsoever.
I've never even searched for it, but I'm sure Brett James Bishop could provide it if he's still watching. Because
Brett, what's up, buddy?
He's a fan of the creator that made it. I'm pretty sure they said something like that in Hot Dog the movie.
I know exactly where this line came from. Don't you put it in the chat and let them cheat. Just
I give up. I will readily admit right now I don't know if it's not Hot Dog the movie. But I'm fairly certain they said it in Hot Dog the movie.
I've never even heard of Hot Dog the movie.
It's
Dom?
a raunchy 80s comedy.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I just looked it up. There's different ones that pop up. There's this line, over the shoulder boulder holder, right? That one.
Yeah.
The bra, the name of the bra.
The bra.
It's a nickname for a bra.
Is it Beaches?
I don't know. It's not the movie I was thinking of.
What movie are you thinking of? I just want to hear it now.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
I love this movie. I grew up watching it. It's called Little Monsters. It's got Howie Mandel and Fred
Nikki...
Savage.
Oh,
Fred Savage.
No. Yeah, I was thinking of a different one.
Yeah.
Little Monsters.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's like, his little like the monsters come out from under the bed, and Howie Mandel is like this goofy monster, and he's like over the shoulder boulder holder. like it's crazy seeing Howie Mandel like play this character, but it doesn't even look like him under the makeup. But it's such a good movie. I love that movie.
You know what? Another nickname for him where I'm from.
What's that?
Double barrel slingshots.
Okay. Where are you from?
I just Tennessee, but it's more of a southern part.
He's like, I'm not from there at all. I'm from Washington.
I wanted to say
I'm gonna say Tennessee though.
I am from Tennessee. I literally have a Tennessee tattoo, and it says "back where I come from."
Hell yeah!
Like, I'm from Tennessee, but some people don't realize how southern Tennessee is. So I just wanted to kind
my
of
neck of wood. That's my neck of the woods.
Yeah. You worked over in Memphis. You were down in. I know you're no longer there, but I think you said you living in Georgia but working in Memphis.
No. I lived in Mississippi, but I worked in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. Yeah, I was right on the state line, like literally 3 minutes maybe up the street over the state line was Elvis's house, Graceland. Yeah.
Nice. Jack
that's how-
Stanley would be jealous.
Yeah. Like I've been to Graceland a few times. My dad is a huge Elvis fan. When I was younger, he would always take me to like Elvis things, and I'm just like, I don't know. Okay, Dad, I don't know what's going on here, but they have like the original records. They have so much original memorabilia of like my dad like idolized Elvis and the Beatles. That was the two
they have
things.
the original Elvis there. He's just very.
Yeah. Actually, fun little fact here. My mom and dad, when they were in high school, their first date was going to see the viewing of Elvis's body when he passed away at Graceland. If you see, it is, yeah. If you see like pictures online of like the streets being filled and them letting only so many people through the gates to be able to view it, they just made it within the gates to be able to see the viewing. And my mom and dad's been together all the way up to this day. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Speaking of Elvis, since you brought up "Don't Be a Menace" before,
Yeah.
there's a scene in that movie. It was like a Boys in the Hood parody where the kids are on the tracks like, hey, you want to see a dead body?
Yeah.
I didn't see the part where y'all talk about I love "Don't Be a Menace." Do we have a problem?
Yeah. Yeah.
USSR.
SR. Oh man, yeah, the binky, like the freaking pacifier, braided into his
Grandma being like, "Come on, take your best shot." He's like, "Damn."
and then the
like,
part where he like,
Hey, you bitch ass motherfucker.
yeah.
And he like shuts the door, and you see him like weighing out what you think is drugs and like cutting it and stuff, and then it pulls away, and he's baked a cake. He was literally just baking the whole time.
Yeah. Did y'all ever notice that like when that original movie came out and when Grandma like break dances in the church, you know that scene where she's like break dancing in the church, there's a certain song going on. Well, they changed that to today. Like apparently there was some type of like lawsuit or something over that song, and they had to swap out the songs, and it's just not as great. But yeah, that's just something that I noticed like a few years, and I looked into it, and I was like, oh, I thought that scene looked weird now. But yeah, but like I love that scene where like the preacher's like, haha, he's like, yeah, just why is the preacher gotta have a nice car, huh? And why does he have to have a nice house, huh? And why he has to have 5 honeys, huh? Don't ask no questions, just give the money.
Don't ask.
He's just like, hey, pull my car around the back. Pull it around the back. I love it.
I like you say like don't ask about the money, and then he continues saying like don't ask. I said don't ask. I said don't ask.
Don't ask no question. Jesus didn't ask no question.
Dude, it's so many funny moments in that movie. Like the one, there was this one scene. It was like what was that? The scene with the barbecue scene. I think I mentioned it, but like with Toothpick, Toothpick in that movie.
Yeah.
he was like a freaking like saying like I ain't afraid to go to jail, and then he's
Take
like,
me to
"Lock
jail."
me up."
Yeah.
Take me
Throw
to
away
jail.
the key. I ain't
I'm
afraid to.
put somebody in the desk. Everyone's like,
You ain't
"Whoa,
never been
whoa!"
in the shower with a man and the yeah.
The cash come down between his crack.
Yeah. I was just like, man, whatever, man. Some of these comedies back in the day would have got canceled nowadays, but
Oh, dude,
Oh,
and
a lot of them are
oh, sorry. Also,
yeah.
the
You see, Ben Stiller went on record recently and was like, "I'm not apologizing for Tropic Thunder. I'm proud of that movie. I don't care about cancel culture. The movie's done, made the money. I'm proud of it. Everybody's proud of it. It is
Yeah,
what it is."
it's kind of crazy what all happened in that movie and how recent it was.
Yeah.
But I think this kind of saving grace, because I mean, let's just be honest, it's blackface. Like
Yeah.
he's doing blackface the entire movie.
Yeah.
The kind of saving grace about it is the whole point is it's a commentary on Hollywood doing that kind of thing, because it still happens. They still like
Right.
cast people who are the wrong race for movies.
Right.
And it was a commentary on Hollywood doing that. I think that's the only saving grace for it. Is it was made to be like over the top because of
I mean, White Chicks did the same thing, you know, the Wayans brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just think that like people just get too hung up on things. They're too quick to pull the trigger on, oh, that offends me, or oh, that's not politically correct. Like,
yeah,
hold
and
up,
all
like,
sorry.
you know,
Yeah.
like I don't really think we don't have to go from 0 to 10, you know, and unless the intent is there to be disrespectful or offensive, you know, like I don't know, like I just feel like the new audience coming in doesn't understand the humor that Gen Z or Gen X has. Like there's a differential nowadays.
Yeah. Also, just like it's true that they're commenting on that type of stuff because back in the day they did that also with Hispanics. So like they did it like a Zorro, the Gay Blade or something, and then Scarface. Tony Montana is played by Al Pacino, and Montana is supposed to be a Cuban, but Al Pacino's an Italian playing a Cuban,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
it's just it's so true. And also, I honestly, this may sound controversial. I don't have a problem when someone in a movie is doing like whiteface or brown face, as long as like it's funny, as long as it's like there's a comedic element to it. Like in White Chicks, it worked because it was comedic, it was funny, people laughed because it was actually funny. And there are people that do it to be offensive and not to be funny, because you'll see
Right.
people take pictures and do videos and they're actually being antagonistic and
Right.
stuff like that.
But the whole movie was showing how ridiculous Robert Downey Jr.'s character was like, why are you not breaking character right now? We're in a serious moment. And he was like, it was a commentary on actors in Hollywood and how it's like he's taking his job so seriously, it's stupid. That's how it was taken. I don't think that like most moviegoers think on that level, like as far as comedy goes. Like I think comedy films and comedians and stuff like that is like it's going to get fewer and far between the further we go. It's sad too. Like, I mean, yeah. Like sometimes they are offensive and stuff like that, but they're almost supposed to be. We're supposed to like it's like a shocking moment. Like it's like, oh my god, I can't believe they said or did that. It's not meant to be serious. I don't know. And I feel like the further we go, like cinema is not going to be the place for comedy at all.
Yeah. And also, you guys, of course, you guys see Coming to America, right? with Eddie
Yes,
Murphy.
I love
So
it.
it's insane because it's like when you watch that movie, Eddie and Arsenio play different characters, and one of the characters Eddie plays is a Jewish dude, and legendary Rick Baker that did American Werewolf in London practical effects did the makeup for that. Really good job, by the way. But like, the dude played a Jewish guy, and it's like crazy because it's like you didn't ever expect that, especially with the makeup. But like, he did it so well that you actually thought he was Jewish, like he was a Jewish guy.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, like I said, it's supposed to be funny. It was supposed to be, comedy element to make it funny. Just like when he plays different characters in that movie, he plays the barbershop head of the owner. He plays Arsenio plays the crazy pastor or preacher or whatever, and like
Damn,
they
that
play
boy
all-
can sing.
yeah.
The whole scene.
Yeah, dude, it's funny, it's hilarious, and stuff like that. You do it right, and it's executed well. Like I don't think people should have a problem with it.
Yeah.
You know, my
But
opinion.
they do. People go out of their ways to find problems with stuff just because they're unhappy with themselves and their own lives. And that's just the way it is. Go ahead.
I mean, I wasn't trying to come in on that hot take there. I was gonna say I am gonna have to get out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to close it down soon.
Before we go, any last theories? Final theories? Who you think is gonna be Ghostface? Who's gonna live and die? Anything going on?
I think Sam, Tara, and Kirby are gonna live.
Okay.
Man, I would
Everybody
say,
else is goners.
yeah. I would say Sam, Tara, Kirby, and Chad are gonna live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Sam, Tara, Chad, and Gail are gonna live. I think
You think
Kirby.
Mindy's gone?
Oh yeah, I thought Mindy was gonna be gone for a long time. I made a video probably months ago at this point saying why Mindy doesn't need to be in the movie, or doesn't need to survive. She doesn't really bring anything to the table. I think Kirby's gonna die sacrificing herself. Like Kirby is gonna go out saving someone's life. When Jenna Ortega, when she said that they brought Kirby back and she gets like a redemption, I'm like, for me, there's only one thing that could mean. Like, she's gonna save someone's life, and she's probably gonna die doing it. Who that is, I don't know, but I think she's gonna die. I think Mindy will probably die, and that leaves us essentially with Gail off on her own, obviously, but with the new characters, we've got our new Sydney, Gail, and Dewey in Sam, Tara, and Chad.
Okay.
That's how I've. And once again, I think this is going to be a rehash of part 2. I think that'll how it's going to end. Could be wrong completely, but I
think we're gonna say goodbye to Chad. I like Chad, but I think we're gonna. I'm preparing myself for it, honestly.
Only returning male character, and I don't know. I don't think that makes him safe, but I think that helps. And that's one of the reasons I do believe one of the twins is gonna die. Like I don't think there's any way both those siblings and Sam and Tara make it out. I don't think there is.
Yeah.
And when breaking that down between one of them has to die, Chad provides something to the story that Mindy doesn't, and Mindy doesn't provide anything to the story that other people don't also provide. which is why I think she's gonna, like, if you're going just by character's popularity, probably be Chad. But if you're actually looking at it from a story writing and storytelling aspect, Chad matters more than Mindy.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Chad has like some similarities to Dewey in a way, so I can definitely see Chad
I
living
want him to live.
in Scream 6, probably.
I want him to live. I guess, like, in my mind, maybe I'm so dark. I'm just like, I'm just expecting everybody to die. Like, I don't know.
If that's your expectation, then you're always going to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
But I
I think we're gonna lose one of the twins for sure. And yeah, I don't know. Have y'all heard the rumors that, like, Aiden Pintier is supposed to be, like, investigating these Ghostface murders, and she might take on the whole spin-off of the Scream series for Paramount Plus?
I haven't heard that that's a rumor. I did hear someone's theory about that, because that would work no matter the outcome of part 6.
Yeah.
Even if she dies in part 6, we haven't seen her since 2011, so that gives us 10 years for that series to take place. If
Yeah.
it's a sequel, and if she does live after this, then, you know, she can keep going on in that. So I haven't heard that as a possibility, but I heard a theory of something similar, and I'd be on board with that.
I think I would be too.
Like I said, as long as it's
But
not
she could still die, and this might be a prequel of hers investigating murders and other stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no matter how 6 ends, they could still make it work with her. Just set it in 2013. Whatever. So yeah, I think
I agree with that.
Who do you think the Ghost Faces are going to be?
I'm gonna let y'all answer first. Dino.
Well,
Dominic.
sorry, what's the question?
Who do you think the Ghost Faces are going to be?
Ooh, I think.
No spoilers.
Well, I don't know. I haven't read.
If you know spoilers, don't.
I don't know the spoilers. I'm just guessing off the top of my head.
Okay.
Who was that guy on the train? With
Joe.
Joe?
It's Danny. He's played by Josh Segarra.
Okay, so that's his name. The guy who was on the train with Tara and Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling he is probably Ghostface, and also I would say another ghost, because that's the thing. I don't know if there's gonna be 3, but if we're gonna go off based off what we had in a lot of the installments, I would say there's probably gonna be 2 killers. So one is this dude right there, and the other one is probably gonna be that other girl. Not the other girl. My bad. The guy on the left, the very far left.
Dermot Mulroney.
Yeah, I think he's the older guy, right?
Yeah, he's a detective. Detective Bailey.
I believe they're both probably the killers in this.
Right behind Mindy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling those 2 are. And
Okay.
I haven't seen any spoilers, so I don't know who the killers are or anything like that. I just think, just from seeing like new characters coming in, I have a feeling that guy's going to be one of them, and the guy on the train. Yeah.
Good choices. I think that Ethan is a killer, and we don't even see much of him. We see like one, maybe two little clips of him. We're not seeing a whole lot of them. I think it's him. And man, like I go back and forth with Tara and Kirby. Like I don't know if both or one or the other.
Or neither, which is most
It
probably.
could be neither, and I hope I'm wrong. Like I really want to be I want to be wrong. I really do.
I bet that you are.
I just, like, but if they are, I want the motive, I want the story to be really good of why. Bearded?
So I said a long time ago, Jack Champion because of the blue plaid, and I'm gonna stick with it. I think he also fits. He looks like he could be strategic enough to move like that, like we see Ghostface move. I know everyone's thinking it's Josh Segarra, and that's a valid theory. I don't know this, but the fact that I see him in the trailer not behind that cracked mask, and I don't think Ghostface is just gonna randomly wear a different mask. I don't think he's the one behind the cracked mask, and the other mask we see, like the 25th anniversary mask, is worn on the train when we see him on the train not wearing that. So I don't see him as a Ghostface. I think he'll probably be a red herring, but I think Ethan's gonna be under the cracked mask.
I just noticed like Sir Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, there's a Freddy right next to him. And let's see. So the shrine owner, that theory I said earlier about the shrine owner not being related, I don't think that's true. It's just a cool theory I thought about. I do think the shrine owner is going to be part of it. And when I think about the owner of the shrine, there's only 3 characters, in my opinion, that it could be. And, those are Gale, Dermot Mulroney, and Henry Czerny. I don't think there's any chance that it's Gale. I know a lot of people think it's Henry Czerny, and he's going to be like a mastermind. I personally think he's going to be a red herring as well. I think he's going to be a little bit of a. I think he's going to be on screen very little.
Yep.
And I don't think he's going to matter to the story that much.
Yeah.
And by process,
he's going to be a red herring for a moment, but he's going to get killed off early.
Possibly. I don't know about killed off early, but maybe ruled out early.
Okay.
So for me, process of elimination, I think it comes down to Dermot Mulroney's character owning the shrine because he's the oldest one. The only older one that makes sense to own it. And thinking about it, it would really help to have someone like a detective or someone on the police force. Here's something I was thinking about with, and I was talking to Craven something scary about this. There's a or a theory that someone in the apartment chase scene is going to have a fake out death, right? And as of right now, there's like 3 possible deaths that we're going to have during that sequence. And there's a chance that there's a theory that someone's going to have a fake out death.
Okay.
And my thought on that was it wouldn't work because it would be the next day that things are going to continue. We know that because we see them, in the ambulance and stuff the next day. A fake out death only works in like an immediate situation, like Billy. it's like 20 minutes later, his fake out death is revealed. You can't go overnight because the cops show up. And the cops are going to know, hey, that body isn't there, so obviously they're not dead. Unless the cop is in on it. In which case, you say, hey, yeah, they were dead. We took the body, but you didn't really take the body. They weren't really dead. So if there is a fake out death in that sequence, it only works if someone in the police force is in on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, yeah, it has to be somebody that's tactical, somebody that's behind the scenes that has access to stuff. Like, it only makes sense that like that's the thing that's gonna like kind of tick me off. If it's just a couple students, you're not gonna sit here and tell me that that's what kind of pissed me off about Scream 4 is like these couple of little kids did all this. I don't want to feel like that at the end of Scream 6.
Technically, though, those little kids were the exact same as the first movie. They just happened to be taller. Because, like, Billy and Stu were just some high schoolers.
Yeah. I can see, like when it comes to Charlie, like, he was more of a whiner or, like, type of characters, like, complaining or whatever. Just, I understand when people don't like see him as like the same killer that killed one of the characters in the bedroom so brutally.
Olivia?
Olivia. A lot of people I heard like say like, oh, I don't see him doing that because of the way his character is in the movie. But like you're saying, Bearded, like Stu and Billy were high school students too, right? So they're able to do a lot of things within that time span in the movie, especially framing an adult for murdering another like innocent woman. So it's like I can get over Charlie doing that to Olivia and what's her name, Jill doing certain things as well, because of how Billy and Stu were able to do the things that no like normal person I guess would do, especially their age.
I agree. I think, like I said, in part 4, it was. I think for me, if I'm being honest, they were just both so small. Like physically, both the Culkin and Jill were so small. I'm like, this doesn't add up. And I know suspension of disbelief. Ghostface isn't going to show their height because of the stunt. There has to be a limit here. Like, and that's what. And when you see Jill in the third act actually walk out with the robes on, and you can visibly see Sydney over her, I'm like, come on now, this is all ridiculous. Anyways,
hey, and think about one stab with Adam Brody before Anthony Anderson got killed. Who's to say he's not still alive? That was one stab, he falls over. Remember that? Right?
Yeah.
When the cops got killed? I just didn't like that. I was like, what? Like, oh, and then just falls over. Like, Dewey got worse than you, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, a lot of people got worse than him. Kirby got worse than him. And, like, if they really wanted to, they could bring his character back. Yeah, I know it's not as significant, but I would have believed, if he was one of the killers. Like, just played a dumb cop. But he was really behind the scenes and part of the whole entire thing. I thought that would have been more believable than Charlie.
It's possible. I think the whole thing is, if you look at it, the main characters are always going to go through more damage to make a more compelling story. But like we see in the trailer for part 6, the dude at the front of the bodega who confronts Gosei so he gets in. It looks like he just gets punched and stabbed once.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, well, that guy's dead. And it's like, we gotta have body. Like,
Yeah.
you just gotta
We
have.
thought the lady in Halloween Kills was dead with the fluorescent light stuck through her neck, but she came back in Halloween Ends.
Well, that was what we call plot armor. Because she 100% would have been dead.
Yeah.
The medical responders were getting hacked to death at the fire at Lori's house. She 100% would have died.
Yeah.
And Hawkins as well. Hawkins was stabbed in the jugular.
Yeah.
And wasn't found till out.
I'm so glad I saw him back, though. I was kind of like, man, that was a missed opportunity.
I love the story of him being back. However,
He
for
just
me,
had
when I was watching it, I immediately thought they didn't properly think this out and needed him for more. They
yeah.
initially wanted him to die, but now they're like, oh, we could use him, so let's just say he didn't, even though he obviously would.
Yeah. Originally, I think the idea was for him to die.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's just the way it is. Like, they haven't written that part of the story yet, so they're just kind of like, well, some half and half think that he lived or he could have survived, so we could make him survive if we wanted to.
It's crazy.
That's the
because-
power of stories. That's the power of writing.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because like you see people do kill counts
Yeah.
on these movies, and they counted that old lady as a death or a kill.
Yeah.
And then in Halloween Ends, she's like alive, and they're like, "Wait, what the fuck? I put all this work in, and like, I get this one kill in, and this kill doesn't even exist."
Yeah.
Anyways, gentlemen, I just want to get some final thoughts there. So we have a $20 bet, you and I, Destin. That what was the bet we had?
Oh shit.
Gail.
Gail.
It was a
Gail die. Gail, I say she doesn't die. You say she does. And then I'll throw another 20 down on Kirby or Tara being involved. If you're up for it, because I don't think they're going to be involved at all. Either one of them.
Do you know spoilers?
No.
Okay. All right. I believed you when you said that. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm down. I'm game. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my guns.
I don't see a survivor putting other people through the same trauma. And I could be wrong, but just I don't know. I don't see it happening.
Yeah. I just hope Kirby feels like Kirby. And she probably won't. She might a little bit, but I think she's gonna be a different person. I can't wait. 2 weeks, y'all. 2 weeks. Less than that now.
Less than 13 days. Here's the thing. When you said she feels like Kirby, I didn't think she would until we got this. There's just a couple of frames in one of the newer TV spots where she's sitting on a couch talking. And when I saw that and hear like the relaxed tone she's talking in, I immediately got taken back to part 4, and I'm like, oh my god, that's Kirby. Like, I don't know if you've seen the particular one I'm talking about.
No, I haven't seen that. No.
Yeah, there's one. She's literally like she's talking about Ghostface or something, but she's like, I think she's on her phone, just like relaxed, sitting on a couch, and it took me back to like the final act of part 4 when she's sitting and like relaxing, and I'm like, oh my god, it looks like her. Like, it looks like she was. I think she's obviously going to have grown and dealt with her trauma in whatever way she would. So she won't be the exact same, but I think we're gonna get a Kirby, and I'm hoping she's kept up with horror movies.
Yeah, absolutely. Like to new stuff. Yeah.
I actually like that because it's like you get this Kirby that's more tough and like more serious, but then you like you mentioned, like you get that moment in the movie where she goes back and like she becomes the Kirby we know in a moment, and then after that she goes back to what we know in Scream 6 that we've seen her in that movie so far. So like you get those moments where her Kirby self comes out, but then we after that's done, she's like, all right, get back to work, let's go, that type of stuff, like.
Yeah.
So I like to see that for sure, and like you said, like that TV spot, hopefully they keep that scene in.
I
Yeah.
hope so too.
That's one thing is like they cut a lot of the good deleted scenes. Like, I'm like, no, keep all this stuff in. Like, this is great stuff. Bearded, I know you got to head out. We're gonna close down the stream. We've gone longer than I expected. Gonna get to a couple of super chats. Don't know if you want to stick around for that, but if you got to head out, I understand, but don't forget about March 4th. If you can hop in, hop out, or hang out as long as you want to.
I'll definitely be there March 4th. I am going to have to get going. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. over here already, so I need to get some rest before tomorrow. But thank you so much for having me, man. It was always good. I'm going to be doing a final predictions here probably in about like a week, because that'll be a week out from the movie, and then after that it's kind of radio silence for me. So yeah, maybe you jump over on my channel for a live stream. We'll do final predictions.
Yeah, dude, send me the invite. I got you. I'll be there.
All right, everyone, thanks for having me. I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good night.
All right, man, get some rest. Awesome. Bearded's cool.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of good times. He came to Texas Frightmare and stuff, and went, and like it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Brett James Bishop with a $10 super chat. I've been meaning to get to this. So sorry, Brett. Everybody in the chat. I feel like I've abandoned y'all. Like, it's been such a great night. It's been a good conversation. We've been all over the place, but it's been a good journey.
Yeah, I feel bad too, because like I look at the chat and I see some people saying, "Hey Dom, hey," and I want to respond, but like you're talking like I don't want to interrupt you, when you're talking about like a topic, and then of course I'm responding to your response, and like there are people like Kirsten and Jamie, everybody in there that I know and I talk to sometimes, and Sean, like they're all here, and like they're like, say, hey, what's up, and I really want to say, hey, what's up, but I can't type it in because I'm not on the actual stream. Like I can't type it in.
I was about to say, yeah, just type it in or just do a shout out, man. Like, tell me to shut up for a second. You can do it.
I just don't want to interrupt you,
No, dude, you're good. You're good. Love everybody here. We have such a great community. Jamie's here. I shot him 6 times. Marcus, I sent you. Look at your Instagram messages, buddy. Like, we're getting ready to wrap up here, but yeah, dude. Like, super awesome to see you here. Hey, I'm gonna plug it in one more time before we get to these super chats. And Brett has been waiting. I know. Love Brett to death. Super awesome guy. Very, very active in the community. Hold on now. I'm looking for what I'm looking for. I have too much stuff on here. But next Saturday, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, 10-hour stream of our very own Screamathon live stream. 1 through 5. Come in, hang out with me either in the chat, or if you want to come on the live stream, if you feel comfortable with that, I will send you an invite. Come on, hang out for a little bit. If you can't hang out for the entire 10 hours, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for y'all. I'm going to do it for me. I'm going to do it because I don't know if it's ever been done before, and that's why. But I would love for y'all to come out and hang out. And some of my, regulars that's been a part of the channel since the beginning. I would love for y'all to join me and hang out and come live with me. Let's talk for a little bit. You don't have to stay for the entire 10 hours. If there's a certain entry that you love the most, come and hang out for that one. So I'm giving like 2 hour window for like each entry. Will probably last longer than 10 hours, honestly. Just giving the discussions and everything. But yeah, it's going to be 12 p.m. Central Standard Time sharp, March 4th. So be there next Saturday. Dominic's going to be there. Bearded's going to be there. I'm sure my buddy Marcus is going to be there. I'm sure Jamie's going to be there. Kirsten's going to be there. Jen Warner's going to be there. I'm hoping and I'm praying that Craven has a good recovery because he's supposed to be there. Maybe Knight over at the Night Watch Zone is supposed to be there. So among others, I got so many people. But this is more about all of us. I want it to be a party. I want it to be a celebration. I don't want it to be like a traditional live stream. Anything goes as long as it's like within standard. Don't do anything really crazy. But I like to bring people on the channel, and instead of just talking to them through chat, I want to talk to y'all face to face. I want to get to know y'all a little bit. Be a part of the party. Be a part of the hangout. That's the like what me and Dom's doing right now. Like it's a good time. It really is. It goes by quick. Look, it's over 4 hours right now, and I feel like we've only been going for like a little bit over an hour, honestly.
Yeah.
But it is late. It's very late. It's very late, but we're gonna get to it. But Dom, you gonna be there?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's see here. We're gonna get to Brett's. Wow, this jumped on me. I'm trying to get all the way to it. I know I have it on screen, but I'm just trying to get back to where I was in the chat. I'm so sorry I got behind on the chat tonight. I tried to give everybody their shine, but tonight, whenever we have guests and whenever we have a lot of live super chats and stuff like that, we kind of get backed up. It's just whenever it rains, it pours, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I love each and every one of y'all. If I don't get you now, if I skipped your comments or anything like that, be looking out because I'm gonna be doing more than just Friday night live streams. I'm gonna be doing them every other night throughout the week, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, got a lot more free time now. We're gonna bring back night streams. We might do some morning streams. Not sure yet. I'm not gonna promise that right now, but I would like to. So yeah. But Brett James Bishop comes in with a $10 super chat. I was kidding, Destin. If you have a series like Scream that started as higher quality and then turns into all TNA, that might be a good example of what you're saying. Look, $10 tonight. I got paid. Ha ha ha, dude. Yeah, okay. I just want to like talk about like I'm not sitting here saying like TNA doesn't need to be in a movie. I'm just saying that like I think Scream was more of a higher level of quality without showing all that. Yeah, there was sex. It was implied that they had sex, and that was part of the story. Is that now she's not a virgin anymore? But we didn't have to show all the humping and bumping and tits and ass and all that kind of stuff. We didn't have to do all that, you know. And the movie was still epic. That's what I'm saying. You don't need TNA to make a great horror film. You just have to have good writing, good acting, good direction, good action, like good execution. That's it. You can have all that kind of stuff in it, but it doesn't have to be emphasized. Like it doesn't have to be like focused. The camera doesn't have to be focused on it. That's the thing. We don't have to like like zoom in. Oh, look at this girl with her top off right now, or them having sex. No, we don't need that right now. Like, it can happen, but we don't have to focus on it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I know, like I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate after that whole Friday the 13th spiel that we had earlier, but that's just how I feel. I don't feel like the TNA makes the movie. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that the movie should offer more than that.
Yeah, I do agree. It is unnecessary. Like, it's put there for like either shock factor, and also just, I guess, to, I don't know, get people's dicks hard. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know. Like, it's definitely you can cut those out and, like, you know, continue the story. Like, it doesn't add anything to it, right? It's just there, and you could have just, like, I think Scream did a good job of applying it. You know, they didn't need to show anything more than what they showed in the movie. So, and it's part of the story, so it does move the story along. Whereas, like, in, like, Friday 13th, like, I don't know, part 6, no, not part 6, part 1 with Kevin Bacon, like, what did, you know, the scene, you know, Kevin Bacon and his girlfriend, they go to the cabin, and then the body's, like, on the top bunk and stuff. Like, we didn't need that. Also, we didn't need, like, you know, part 5 with, you know, what was that girl? She, like, take her top off in front of her mirror for what? Just take it off. She's like, it's showtime. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, how many people's behind the camera right now watching this? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, if it's organic, if it's a part of the story, okay. But if it's just like being goofy with it, and it's like it almost changes the tone of the horror. It almost changes the tone of the movie itself. As long as it doesn't do that, I'm okay with it. You could still show all that kind of stuff, but let's still keep it serious. Let's stay within the tone. You know, let's don't shift gears a lot here. That's all I'm saying. Brett, dude, sorry to get late to your $10 super chat, dude. You're super awesome. I hope you join me next week for our very own Screamathon. Come on. You know you're already invited. I've sent you an invite. And the next couple of days, I'm going to have everybody in the same chat. You come on when you can. And love you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you again for that $10 super chat. You're super awesome. Should I give Brett a video? I feel like I should. What do you think, Dom? You think I should give him a video?
Yeah, definitely.
Trying to think exactly. I'm gonna give him this one right here.
Since when do we lock this fucking thing? Come on.
Oh, we can't go, dude. Sorry.
Holy crap. What happened?
You got pink eye.
Are you giving each other butterfly kisses or something?
Ha ha ha. Very funny. That's not how you get pink eye. You get it from poo particles making their way into your ocular cavities.
Hey, Ben.
Yo.
How's it going? I farted on Jason's pillow as a practical joke. He farted on Jonah's thinking it was mine, and then eventually pink-eyed my pillow. Not proud of any of this, but I think we've all forgiven each other. But we can't go anywhere.
You can get pink eye from farting in a pillow?
Totally.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but you gotta be bare-assed.
Jesus, Martin got it bad. Would someone take a dump right in your eye?
No. No pink eye for me. I'm just really high.
Well, stay back, guys. I gotta get my suit, okay? Out of you.
Are you Debbie's husband?
Yeah.
It's a little lengthy. Sometimes I'm kind of like, man, should I play these lengthy videos? But yeah. Awesome. Brett, thank you so much, buddy. You're super awesome. Very generous. We got one more super chat in the house. Gonna get to a couple more chats. I'm so sorry if I missed you tonight. It's been a pretty wild night. But we're gonna have more lives very, very soon. And I hope y'all all join me for next Saturday, March 4th, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time for Screamathon. Thank you, Brett. I think Brett has already went to bed. I haven't seen him comment in a while. Still got Jamie in the house. What's up? Backstreet all the way. Okay. Wow. I was behind the chat, but really behind the chat. Let's see here. I got, no kidding. No spoilers at all. The Blood Rose Horror Nightmare with the $2 super chat. Hello, Destiny. Can I advertise something? It depends. If it's, like appropriate. Yes. The Blood Rose Horror Nightmare. If you want to advertise something, go ahead. My moderators, they're all on guard. You know who you are. I call them my #digital bouncers. Just as long as it's appropriate. And I don't look at, like, some people don't like people coming on their streams and advertising anything. I'm not that way. I was like, it's not really that serious. Like, if that's their way of trying to, show some notoriety and bring people to them, like, I want to help those people. I want to help because I want people to help me as well. That's the way I feel like it should be. It shouldn't be like, oh, this is my corner. This is my channel. You shouldn't be coming over here doing this. What's it gonna hurt, really? At the end of the day, like, I really just don't. I'm just not that type of person. I want us all to succeed together. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because there's like channels that have like so many subscribers, and like they're afraid that like their subscribers are gonna leave their channel and stop watching them. Is that why? I just don't understand. Like,
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, it's like, aren't we supposed to be a community that helps each other grow and become better, as content creators? Why do we have to put someone down because they decide to, expand and share their channel so people can come check them out and check out their content? Like, why can't you let that happen?
Especially doing something like this, like, you don't even have to send in a super chat, but if you just want to send someone a message like, hey, is this okay to do this in the chat? Then, okay, cool. Like, at least they showed the respect to ask that before doing it. Like, even if you did it without even asking me, I would be like, oh, well, you could have asked me, but I'm not going to get offended or real mad about it. Because at the end of the day, like, I've never been really a selfish person. I've always been that type of person that's like wanted to help others. So like, I really feel like you get what you put in. So if you give, you're gonna get back threefold. That's just the way I've always looked at things. Like, I just don't think it's that serious, especially on this level. Like, Blood Rose, as long as it's not something that is like really bizarre or illegal or something of that nature, yes, I'm okay with it. So yeah, that's just the way I feel about it. We're a team, we're a family, and nobody's better than anybody. I love you all. I hope you love me. I hope you enjoy the channel. I hope you enjoy the content. And we should all be each other's support and help each other grow as much as possible. That's the way I look at it.
You just gotta, we gotta come together and help each other out because we all love the same thing. We
Yeah.
all do it all the time. What you're making content or you're a viewer. You're part of this community, and we support each other no matter how big or small you are. Like Nightwatch Zone, he had like 20 point something subs. He came onto my channel to talk about horror. I had like 65 subs at the time.
Yeah.
So it's just amazing how much like a content creator like that what doesn't mind going out and supporting another content creator. It's just it doesn't matter how many subs you have. It's not about the sub count. It's about the creator and the content. And of course we have it's good to have a good amount of subs because you have a community, and that's what's most important. But I think, yeah, definitely, like, people need to support each other more, for sure. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
mean to cut the comment.
There's no reason not to. There really isn't. There's no reason not to. That's your own selfish greed, only caring about yourself, and that's just not the type of person I am. I, if I can bring anybody to you and show them the artistic way that you do stuff and the way that I think that's great. I think that's great. I think it's all different avenues, and that's the way I look at it. Like, I appreciate everybody, and I don't want you to just watch me. I want you to check out other people because there's so many other people out here that's way more talented than I could ever be, and I'm not bitter about it. I'm not jealous about it. I'm actually probably a fan of them. Like, I don't understand certain mindsets that people can have. So yeah, this is a place for everybody to thrive, and that's all it's ever going to be. I'm not ever going to change that. So y'all are the reason why Destination Station is to today, and if I can help anybody else build their vision to where y'all want it, use my channel. Use it. Just as long as it's not nothing illegal or something really just you know what I mean. Like, I don't want it to be anything that's like illegal or very sexual, a lot of sexual content or anything that could be very controversial, depending on what that could entail. I'm okay with it being on the channel. But I'd really appreciate it if you ask me first. I do appreciate that, just so I know what's about to be presented on my channel, because I have to speak for that. But yeah, Dom, where can they find you, man? Because we're getting ready to wrap up this stream. I'm rambling. I'm tired. I'm ready to hit the bed. I was ready to hit the bed hours ago, but this has been a good night. This has been a good stream.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Dominic Sinclair Studios. I post short films, fan films, and do like quick reviews on movies whenever I get the chance to see them. And yeah, that's about it for my channel for that. But I have other social media. I got Facebook, which is Dominic Sinclair, and I have Instagram, dominic.sinclair.80. That's on Instagram, and I post my short films and fan films on all three platforms. So Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Awesome.
So everyone that are my friends or follow me on or sub to me on all these different platforms, they won't miss the chance to see my short films and fan films for sure.
Awesome. And we'll be working on some stuff here soon too. Got to finish up some stuff, but yeah, awesome, man. I hope to see some of y'all at Texas Frightmare if y'all are coming at the end of May. It's going to be Memorial Day weekend. I hope to see some familiar faces, some people fans of the channel. I think it's gonna be it's gonna be a really good time. The Blood Rose Horror Nightmare is our very own stationeer, Nanette. I do love you, Destin, and it's Nanette. I knew it. Hell yeah. Jamie Hart says, I'm probably going to head off to bed, Nanette. It's pretty late here. Yeah, it's pretty late here as well. I need to get some rest. I really don't. I like those days where I don't have any alarms or anything. Like, I can just sleep as long as I can do it. And I hope tomorrow is that day.
Yeah.
The Blood Rose Horror Nightmare, Nanette says, I know we're being on the East Coast. Yeah. Okay, you are talking. Sorry. Just catching up a little bit. I know I probably skipped a lot of people, but me and Dom, we're about to wrap it up here. Love you all. Be here next Saturday for 10-hour live stream of Screamathon starting March 4th, Saturday, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, going on at least until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Watching Scream 1 through 5 leading up to our highly anticipated Scream 6 film. I hope to have some of y'all in the chat and very chatty in the comment section. It'd be super awesome. Destin, when do you want me to message you? Anytime. Message me right now. Send me a reminder right now. And I'll get to it either tonight or first thing in the morning. So yeah. Jamie says, I feel safe here. I can't say that about everyone's channel. I'm glad you feel safe. Jamie, let me know anytime you don't, and I will correct that because you're my girl, and we have a lot of fun here, and I know who my fam is for sure. Zazim says, hey, Destin, I messaged you on Instagram. Okay, all right, I'll check it out. I got my phone and everything on charge in there, so I'll check it out very soon. So yeah, Dom, I will definitely sub to your channel, Zazim. Hell yeah, do that because Dom's super awesome. He's a very talented dude. Awesome. Dino says, that's cool, Dominic. I'm going to sub now. Hell yeah, do that. Smash that damn sub button. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Dom is a big friend of the channel for a long time. And Dom, this has been great, bro. It's been really great. I'm gonna talk to you backstage, but I think we're gonna say goodnight. Anything you want to say before we head out?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just thank you guys for subbing to my channel. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my short films done and release them, so you guys can see them. I did post like a clip from a big like Twitch streamer, but that's not really. It wasn't really horror content related, so I'm not trying to like do that. So I'm gonna start making sure that a lot of my content is getting like horror related, and of course my short films and my fan films are horror related. So hopefully, yeah, to get those out there, and you guys can see on my channel. Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Dom, it's been real. I'll talk to you backstage, but love you all. Hope to see y'all in the coming days of more live streams and on March 4th for our Screamathon. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you later, or I'll see you on another time. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.